For the lineup of games that have been announced so far, I'm liking it just because of how diverse it is. Like there's something for everybody.
They've always been diverse.
Mm,
What are you talking about?
that's true. It's always I don't know why, but it's like I haven't really paid that much attention for the last ones, but when I look into a list of this, I'm like, oh wow, okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Alright, well, anyway, welcome to episode 3 of the Hazard Podcast, where we talk about games, entertainment, and other shit like that. Because, yeah, it's fun, and also, we still don't have an intro. Well, nah, I can't introduce shit, so. But anyway, my name is Toxic, and Saf is the co-host.
Yeet.
And today is going to be a very special one, primarily because as we are streaming this, if you are watching this on YouTube, we do stream these live on twitch.tv/ToxicAWOL_TV. E3 is actually going on right as we speak. Right now, as we are streaming this, there is the Future Games show that's showing up, and it's just a series of a lot of indie games and indie titles, as well as a couple of cool things, which definitely one thing that to point out is that a lot of them actually are available for like a demo. So if you actually want to check those out, go to the Future Games show on the Steam page. You can actually try out a lot of the games that they're showing off right now. But I think this one is going to be kind of just us talking about how the E3 has been so far, because we had a couple of huge, big showcases. We had Ubisoft Forward, we had Xbox and Bethesda's, Square Enix's, and then PC Gamer come out. And I think is there any that are popping up tomorrow that are supposed to? Because I know that Nintendo's on Tuesday. Oh, I thought that was on Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday? I could have sworn Nintendo's tomorrow. Maybe they are Tuesday.
I'm so because
when the fuck is Nintendo actually?
yeah, I know.
They probably are Tuesday, and I just didn't pay attention.
Yeah, okay.
I think the big thing tomorrow is Take-Two's panel.
Oh yeah, Take-Two's panel. Yeah, that's gonna be the big thing. But yeah, it looks like Nintendo is on
Take-Two because
it's Take-Two. Yeah.
It's not even that. It's just Take-Two makes games I don't care about. Because people are like, oh, GTA and Red Dead, and I'm just like, cool, just
they're gonna
open world games made to waste your time.
How much? I wouldn't be surprised if they announced like, yes, GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2 are coming to the next generation, the one that hasn't been announced yet, as well as this one. But one thing I actually did want to start off with is a very actually interesting development that happened before E3. And I don't know if you saw this, but Battlefield.
Are you talking about the fuck up?
We will definitely get to that because I didn't know about that one.
Okay.
Yeah, but when Battlefield 2042 had their announcement trailer, a day after, EA was hacked. Now, good news is that no player data, no player information like contact, personal information, has been leaked or has been affected, and this is coming from EA, so take that as a grain of salt. Just saying, change your passwords, because again, regardless on if it has been been leaked or not, it's still the fact that there's a chance of exposure. So, disclaimer for that. But it's not the hack itself that is really the main focus, but what they took in terms of data. So they got like SDKs and API keys for FIFA, and also I think it was like FIFA 1, and then they also FIFA 20, like FIFA 21, FIFA 22, and like essentially they can have like all of it, because I doubt they change much in terms of the coding, because it seems like it's supposed to same on the base platform. But the most important thing, and the one thing that is the huge focus, is that the Frostbite source code was stolen as well. And for people who don't know how important that is, the Frostbite engine has been something that is EA's little child, like their prized possession. And a lot of their games have been based off of the Frostbite engine. Granted,
a huge fucking mistake, considering no company except DICE knows how to properly use it.
agreed. But it's still the fact of it was their own engine. Like a lot of the other engines that we know, like the Source engine, that's open source because everyone has access to it, and Unreal is also one that's open source as well. You have access to it, no problem. But the fact is that the Frostbite engine, even though DICE was the only one that was really able to use it properly, and with prime example of showing is Battlefield 1. Oh, Battlefield 1. Well, I mean, yes, including Battlefield 1, but Battlefield 3 all the way to current. And also including, Battlefield 2042. And it's the fact that that code is out there can have huge implications on many different fronts. The first front is anti-cheat. And a lot of the times what happens is that, anti-cheat is very, like, if you have like kind of like the base code, like a client-side code, it's not getting the full information, like all the stuff that's the inner workings. Getting the source code essentially says you have the master key, technically. You know how everything works. And so, if people who are able to make hacks based off of source code, it is going to be difficult for EA to, to either, to block the hacks, or also to patch those out without just doing drastic changes to the engine itself. And also, even if, and they've said this before, is like, even though they have the source code, this is not going to affect the game. Which is, again, because this is coming from EA, take it with a huge grain of salt. Don't be surprised if it does.
Well, no, EA's not saying that because it's not going to. EA is saying that to try and do damage control.
Yeah.
I think you're taking that way out of context.
True. They are doing it for damage control. It's also the fact that...
The problem is that because it's source code, the only real way they're going to be able to combat it is if they essentially remake the entire engine.
Mm-hmm. And that is just... It's a huge... They've put millions of dollars into it. Like, to give you an idea, the hackers actually put up the, selling it, and they know what it's worth. Even though it's, like, technically pennies on the dollar, they're selling it for $28 million. Now, granted, I think it's the FBI... Yeah, the FBI is gaining on this. Because, again, this is, like, a huge issue, with essentially corporate secrets getting out, and so they want to, of course, plug that up and, take down whoever is responsible. But also another thing is that a lot of the times, it's not even the hacking, it's also, like, possible, competition. Because you have, like, the source code out there, there is a chance that either like a rival company or a rival engine developer will, when they get their hands on it, they'll be able to kind of dissect, look into the system itself, and understand it and use that information to develop their own. And essentially, it's just kind of like building your code off of the knowledge of others. And so
Okay, explain to me what company is gonna be stupid enough to pay $28 million just to be able to do that.
Well, it's not even just like the 28 million. It's possibly that they might be because again, it is something that other companies may want it. Who knows?
Well, no, we know no one wants it, and the reason we know no one wants it is because of all the issues that has come out of that fucking engine. Literally, so many reports, so many issues have come out of that engine to the point that Anthem's development was hell because of the fact that they had to use it. Andromeda's development was hell because they had to use it. Every game that has had to use it outside of DICE has been hell to develop. Why would any company want that?
Honestly, I'm actually kind of surprised. I still think it's hilarious that because of the fact that you're saying like it's hell to develop, and I 100% like will take your word for it, especially since they are the reports. Why haven't they had other consultants? Why don't they have the DICE team with consultancy? Like, oh, this is
did.
And it was still hell.
Yes, because the Frostbite engine is not built for anything outside of shooters. You're asking them to use an engine that's built for Battlefield, for shooting and distraction, to create a Mass Effect game, to create a looter class game. It's not built for that.
Yeah. Yeah, so now thinking about it, essentially,
why would anyone want it if it's gonna give them hell to use it?
that is a valid point there. But anyway, moving on from that, we do have, we did also receive during the Xbox and Bethesda showcase gameplay trailer of Battlefield 2042. And as someone who has enjoyed Battlefield in the past, like I'm excited for it, primarily because as much as it was entertaining to play Battlefield 1 back in the beta, it wasn't as fun as I had back when I was playing in the beta of Battlefield 3, even when that was just a buggy nightmare of a mess. And playing, because we had, I was able to get a 10-hour, playtime access to Battlefield 5 because they were doing, a whole, oh, try it out! 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and I quit. Battlefield 5 has, I don't know what they did that, they brought in, it's just a nightmare. And so the fact that they're bringing this in is kind of giving me some kind of slight relief, but also slight concern. Because when I saw Battlefield 2042, I thought, wait, are they going back to Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4? It's it looks like it, but again, we don't know. We don't know exactly what it is. And it's also, the price point is very, very controversial. 100% I can agree with that. Because there's no single-player campaign. It's only multiplayer. And if you are a new player into the Battlefield verse, essentially you don't see the value, especially since you're getting 7 maps on launch. At least that's what it's saying right now. 7 maps. It's essentially just 10 maps per $10 per map. Now, granted, they are going to, bring out other stuff, but it's still the fact that it's like there's not enough there right now that can justify new players from entering into Battlefield. Like, granted, on PC it's $60 for base, but it's still the fact of you're not getting anything outside of multiplayer when it's launched. And so that's always a huge thing. And that was also one of the things that, made me hesitant about Black Ops 4 before I purchased it, because like they didn't have a campaign. That was the initial thing that actually kind of prevented me from like going full on in, like, oh, bye, let's go. But then it's like,
but Black Ops 4 made up for it by like, even though it wasn't good, it made it up for it by having three. It still had the three sections.
Yeah, they had multiplayer, zombies, and blackout.
With Battlefield, as far as we know, they're not doing a replacement for the campaign. They're not adding like a battle royale or something to replace it.
Yeah, that's like the one thing is like, ugh.
I think the worst part though is that there's no real point to buying Battlefield or the new one on PS4 and Xbox One.
There really isn't.
And the reason, I don't know if you actually saw like the fact that those versions are being held back a bit.
Aren't they 64?
It's going to be 64 players, on top of the fact that maps are going to be smaller.
Yeah, and that I'm not surprised about. Primarily because, again, those, Battlefield 2042 is built off of the idea of this is going to be essentially the new generation. So, of course, it's going to be built more for Xbox Series X and S, and then PS5. And so that is not a huge surprise, because I think we saw that before in previous games as well, where when they released both on Xbox 360 and Xbox One, you saw it was built.
It's just because of the limitations of old consoles, to be honest.
Yeah,
and we saw that with Destiny. Mm-hmm. Destiny was one of the ones that did it, where when Taken King came out on both sides, it was the first one to actually have limitations, where they had to cut entire animations out.
Ooh.
And then Rise of Iron, they just couldn't put on it at all.
Yeah. That's kind of just how progress is at this point. The issues, and that's why I always, at this point, I would always say, you would get a PC just as kind of, not only, it's you could just upgrade it, but it's honestly one of those things that is sort of that little filler spot, because I know that there's going to be people who aren't going to buy every single console at right after another. They're going to see how long they can go on with it before, games start to die out, and then either, upgrade to the next console, or, go to PC, or, do whatever. And I'd always recommend having, some type of, at least two versions of, systems, platforms. One of which being PC, obviously, because it is one of those things where you can still upgrade over time. Although, right now, because everyone wants to freaking just mine cryptocurrencies, fun. It's great. But, the one thing is that it's always that stuff where, eventually you're going to have to make the jump, because games are going to move forward and the consoles aren't. I still remember that people thought it was a huge controversy, I think, I forget which one it was, but it was, I think, PS4. It was one of the consoles where essentially, it was shown that it was, quote unquote limited, like limiting their output. And it's like, it's primarily because, you know, if they put it all on max when they first launched, it was not going to go well, and it's not going to last long. Because if you have everything just maxed out in the beginning, that's it. You can't go higher. You can't go beyond that. And so it's like, I understand why they did that whole, like, limited it, but still kind of, like, opened it up slowly and slowly. It's kind of like a sucky move when you look at a consumer way, because it's like, I'm not using the entire thing. But also, it's still the fact of, you know, they have that, what's it called? There's a like, future-proofing. Like, they're future-proofing their systems. And I think that's always the one thing that is always the good part about it, is because of the fact that they have that. But at this point, it's, you know, you always want to have that one point that, you know, future-proofing is only going to go so far before you have to get the next one. Yeah. So I think that's why, like, if anything, I'm not going to say PC Master Race best, but PC is a good place to have as either like a replacement or your primary, and then having either like PlayStation or Xbox, your choice for console. If you want to get both, go right ahead. That is something you can do. But it does give you still, like, you know, you are still up to date. You're not getting, like, limited crap because, you know, you were very, I wouldn't say you're stubborn, but it's like you're saving up, but, you know, it takes a little bit longer for you to get the newer console than everyone else. So, and I think that's one thing that we definitely are seeing a little bit more of, because honestly, I still think, like, with the way that everything is kind of going up now, we have, it has to be 4K, it has to be 120 frames, and it has to be all this stuff, and it's like, well, here we go. Now we're starting to literally getting to the point where you're just buying $500 gaming PCs in the form of a console running on either Xbox Architect or PlayStation Architect. So, it is what it is on that end.
It's kind of always been like that, though, with the progression of resolution.
That's true. But,
and as far as like PC stuff goes, PC has always been expensive. People, whenever I hear someone say that, like, oh, you can get a relatively cheap PC for the amount of a PS4 and it worked fine, I'm like, yeah, it can work fine. But it's not going to run the games on the same level that the PS4 is. You're fucking kidding yourself if you think it is.
Yep. Essentially, it's just like...
The same goes for your PS5.
Yeah.
You want a PC that can run the games at the level the PS5 can? It is not gonna be around $500 or $600. It is gonna be way more.
The only reason why it's more expensive for PC is because of that modularity. It's 100% because of the modularity. Because on PlayStation and on Xbox, you're playing games or listening to music.
No, it's not because of modularity. It's because and this is something people forget. Sony and Microsoft sell their consoles at a fucking loss.
They do.
They're losing money. The only reason they make money is based off of video game sales.
Not only that, also subscriptions too.
Yeah, subscriptions and game sales.
Yep,
they don't make their money based off of the consoles, because the consoles, if they were to sell them at, like, what the actual components come out to, they would be a lot fucking more.
I feel like there would be, like, the price in Brazil, how they're, like, in the, like, I forget, I think it's like 1,600 or something. If each...
100% they would be around there.
It's expensive. It's expensive. But I think that's why I feel like, because of that, I feel like in the end, Xbox is in a better position to go, like, further out in terms of it. Because, granted, PlayStation has a lot of wonderful exclusives. I cannot deny that at all. If anyone does try and do that, they're definitely not looking in the right location. But the one thing is that that's always the issue, is that, outside of those exclusives, what else do you have? And a lot of the times when you have these games that come out and it's like, oh, they're really good, but sometimes they can be like really good story, like, you play it once or you play, a little bit at a time, and now you have it collecting dust, and then you go to GameStop and essentially buy, like, you sell it for pennies on the dollar, literally.
Basically.
And I think the fact that everything is going subscription based, and granted, there is a lot of like negative connotations to that, as well as some positive connotations. It's like, I understand both sides. It's like, you technically don't own the game, you own the right to play it, yada yada yada. Like, it's, like, there's going to be people who are like, I want to have like the ownership of it. I understand that. But then there's also other people, it's like, I don't want to have to buy the game to play it for like 5 hours. I understand that as well. And so I think the fact of like that option is always a good thing, but I feel like now with sort of how everything is going through that subscription base, it is likely that like Xbox has been putting almost everything under the sun. Granted, hyperbole, but they've been putting a significant amount of games on Game Pass, and it's just impressive on the fact of like, they are just like, yeah, we're not like super going try hardy on exclusive. And this was from last E3. But, recently we got like, I think 5 or 6 like Xbox exclusive games, I think. Or Windows exclusive. A couple of them being only console exclusive.
Yeah.
And so I think, they are set up really well, especially since they acquired Bethesda over the last year. That was all finalized, and they're part of Microsoft. Which
I think one of the biggest confirmations, something I saw coming from a mile away, is that is Starfield's exclusive.
Yes.
We don't actually know what the game is, but just the fact that Bethesda's newest IP is going to be exclusive is interesting.
I mean, I think Bethesda's in that spot where they kind of are able to get into those two little like spots, because if I remember correctly, I think a couple of their other games are actually being exclusive to Sony, and that's why they actually weren't talked about in.
The what?
Yeah, I heard that there were some games.
About?
Hold on, let me actually look here, because I heard that there were some games that have like that were Sony exclusive, which is weird. And I'm like, is that why they're not talked about? Like, what's going on here? But let me actually look into this a little bit more, because like thinking about it, it's like it doesn't like if anything, if they had any exclusivity, I doubt they would have.
Are you talking about when Sony was trying to convince Bethesda to make Starfield exclusive?
No, I don't think it was. It was Starfield itself.
There's been nothing about what you're talking about outside of Starfield.
Okay, because
I don't know what you're talking about, but like wherever you got that from is probably a site that puts out garbage.
I wouldn't be surprised. But I can't even find the fucking thing anyway.
It's the only thing that like I can recall in the past year and a half is Sony trying to convince Bethesda to make Starfield PlayStation exclusive.
That's true. Oh yeah. No, but why did Deathloop come into this? I don't know. But still, the fact that they have, like, I think adding Bethesda onto their lineup is really good. I mean,
we knew it was going to be really good.
Oh yeah, especially since yeah. By the way, every single popular title hits on Game Pass. Boost up revenue that way. And I think
the beauty of it is just the fact that, you know, now we have another notable name, like we have a notable name underneath Xbox, like once more. I mean, granted, you know, we have a couple underneath that, like Playground Games for their racing games, but it's still just the fact of like it's another one on top of that. You know, it's another one in the list of long long line of, like, you know, companies underneath Microsoft/Xbox. Actually, if I remember correctly, I think Xbox is now, I won't say it's independent, but it's like its own subsidiary at this point.
Xbox has always been a subsidiary.
No, but there was like, I'm trying to remember. I think it was like back. I think it was back in like the early or mid like 2000s where it was like, it was Microsoft had like owned like Xbox, like they were the ones managing Xbox. But then like eventually it became like Xbox became its own independent subsidiary rather than a managed subsidiary. I forget if it was like when it was, but it was something of that sort. And I think that was a good thing. But anyway, enough about that. Let's actually get into the other titles that have actually been like announced. One of which I think a lot of people are like have been wondering for a while is Elden Ring.
Yeah, that's not E3 though.
I mean, wait,
That was Games Fest.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, oh yeah, you're right. It was Game Fest. I just forget that was like the precursor. But still, the fact of like Elden Ring is like has been announced in Games Fest is still pretty good. You know, I still remember seeing one. I was watching in one of the Twitch streamers' chats that were reacting to it. One of them said like, "Oh, if Elden Ring's been announced with a date, I'll gift 100 subs." As soon as they saw the date, you just see 100 subs just gifted, and it's like, well, he's a man of his word. But it's still the fact that it's like, you know, we do have that, like, you know, the next game from software. Well, from software. Especially with, you know, with the like the collaboration too. Because isn't it collaborated with George R. R. Martin?
Yeah. Because George worked with them on the lore.
Yeah, and I think that would be good.
That's all he did though, the lore.
I mean,
but, he has enough free time to work on lore for a video game instead of writing the 6th book for Game of Thrones.
Honestly, though. Like, he's like me with priorities. Like, Jesus Christ.
I can't remember how. But in July, it'll have officially been 10 years.
It's so weird to think about. So weird to think about that the last book 5, came out 10 years ago.
Yeah, because A Dance of Dragons came out on, when did it come out? It was 2011. It was 2011. It was July, I think.
Yeah. But
July 2011, and like that's fucking ridiculous to me that the 5th book came out so long ago.
Yeah.
And there's not a 6th one yet. And I'm just like, George, fucking seriously, focus down on the goddamn book.
Honestly.
You're 80 years old.
Grandpa, please. But sticking with actually Game Fest, because we did get a couple of notable releases as well from there. We had Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, which which is a standalone version of the DLC, and that sounds really really good.
Not really a standalone version. It's taking what the DLC was and expanding upon it and doing more than what they were able to do back then.
Nice.
Like it's not related to the main universe at all. It's strictly to that.
Oh, it's just completely
World.
different.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
It has nothing to do with the main games.
Well, that's good to know. I still like looking back at it. I love that. That was a fun DLC back in Borderlands.
Yeah.
Borderlands 2. So I'm actually very interested in that, especially since, you know, it is going off of that DLC. It's just But then we got like
It's gonna be interesting to see how it turns out.
Oh yeah. I think the one thing is that with that we actually had a lot of like major updates also come out as well from E3s of that. Like we finally had gameplay reveal of, you know, more like in-depth gameplay reveal of Rainbow Six Extraction, which looks really fun. Especially since
It's a lot more fleshed out than I thought it was gonna be.
yeah.
I was worried that it was just gonna be a copy paste of the event.
Oh, I would have hated that, yeah.
That's what I was worried about, but it looks like it's much more fleshed out, much more different enemies, much more variety, and it looks like it's going to be an interesting time.
Oh yeah.
The rough selling point is something that we don't actually know at the moment.
Yeah.
How much is the game going to cost, and what are the different modes?
That is my thing. Like right now,
If it's gonna be a full on $60, I need it to have not just the like one standard mission mode. Obviously, I think one thing that I'm happy about is that it's going to require you to unlock the characters, which is going to give you a good sense of progression at the very least.
Oh yeah, I think that part is definitely the best part about it, is because as well as like you essentially can lose all that progression, you know. Like you can have that guy go MIA and you can't use him at all, which is always a cool thing to think about. It's like, you know, oh, you unlocked him. Guess what? You went down. They weren't able to get you. Guess what? You gotta go rescue his ass to get him again. And I think also
like one of the biggest mistakes that video game companies make nowadays is forgetting that progression is an important factor of the game.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is look at Call of Duty. The progression in those games nowadays fucking suck.
It's essentially, hey, get up to max rank, and then guess what? You just reset your prestige.
Well, they no longer have prestige anymore. Like, prestige works differently, at least.
Yeah, like, you're not, like, fully resetting your stuff like they did back in the OG times. I mean, granted, it was like this, you know, this is definitely going to be now the new trend where it's essentially you have, like, when a new game comes out, because, again, we're seeing that we saw the trend pop up with Modern Warfare and then Black Ops, Cold War. And not many people have been, you know, negatively saying, like, oh, they need to bring back the old one. Because, honestly, you know, having the whole full reset was kind of jarring a little bit. Granted, I didn't have an issue with it for the older games because, you know, I was a child and I was like, oh, okay, I'll do it. Why not? Fuck it. But now with the fact that essentially it's like, oh, you have everything unlocked, and guess what? Your prestige is now just going to be based off of how many levels you have earned after you unlocked everything, is nice.
See, that was fine. Like that, at least that respects the player's time, I feel.
Yes, 100%. I think
It my problem though is that like once you like kind of prestige in that game, really the only thing you can get after that is basically emblems or weapons from the battle pass. And you know, in a way you could consider that progression,
but
but
it's like
when progression is purely cosmetic, it starts to feel kind of iffy. Because when the only progression you really have each season is basically leveling your weapons to get camos or getting the 2 weapons from the battle pass, it gets to be very, very iffy.
I mean, like, if I haven't, like, I have not touched the game at all within Season 3. Because, like, at that point...
Season 3 ended, actually, I think. I'm pretty sure Season 3 ended.
It's ending actually on Tuesday. Because I updated my game.
I didn't touch Season 3 whatsoever.
Yeah, like, I updated my game and was like, you know what? Since I update, I wonder where it is. And it's like 2 days left. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck.
I remember logging on, right? And then checking to see at the beginning of the season. This was at the beginning of the season. I just wanted to see how long the season was going to last, how long I would have to do things. When I saw that the season was only going to last a month and a half, I was like, nah, I'm not.
Wait, are you serious? It was month and a half? What the fuck?
Yeah, it was only a month and a half. Keep in mind, the season came out in May. Or actually, it came out at the end of April. Keep in mind that. And it's ending.
No. Okay, well... Why that? Oh, they must have wanted to get fucking Season 4 in there before they released the new game.
But they've not even said anything on the new game yet.
That is, yeah. It's like weird to think about because it's like around this time, I think it just might be because of the pandemic kind of like slowing down like everything.
I really think they're going to have to give Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War another year. Because I don't think, because of the pandemic, you know, they already have a rough time getting these games out on schedule as is.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Like but with the pandemic on top of that, imagine how bad of a state Call of Duty would release in.
I mean, like, we had news when, you know, Season of the Splicer came out for D2. We were notified, yeah, by the way, we're pushing back Witch Queen till 2022. And so we're going to have, like, you know, we're going to have that content. But still the fact of, like, you know, we have an understanding that it's not going to be coming out this year. Which is wonderful, and I'm very happy about that. Because, again, more time towards the game is fine by me. Because... And I think a lot of people are now going to start fucking understanding this because of how many friggin' issues have come up with past games. And I really hope that this becomes the new norm. Where it's like delaying a game is, in the eyes of a consumer, is seen as a good thing. Granted, if you are a developer, that is seen as a terrible thing because, one, you have to, you know, if you are part of like a huge company... Like, your publisher is Activision, or EA, or Ubisoft, or some publicly traded company, your ass is going to be on crunch for that, because they're going to demand that game to be out by a specific time frame, by a specific quarter. So, like, it's terrible to see it that way. So it's like, I feel really bad for Activision, well, in this case, either Treyarch or...
Keep in mind, it's supposed to be Infinity Ward this year because we're back to having only the 2 companies.
Yeah, I forgot Sledgehammer.
Because Sledgehammer has been moved to being a side company that helps.
Yeah,
Raven Software is basically dedicated to Warzone.
Mm-hmm. But I think the good thing is that, you know, they at least have like a team dedicated to that because that kind of shows like that's going to be there to stay. That is going to be the staple now.
Everything is going to be based off of Warzone, which is a good and a bad
I think
thing.
what worries me, right, is that like the reason why 2019 Modern Warfare came out in as good of a state as it did was because they had the time.
Oh yeah.
Like as many problems as I have with 2019 Modern Warfare, it is a fairly fun and good game.
I love that game. I think that was ever since Modern Warfare 3, I think that was in my opinion, the best game that I played. Because I didn't I played Advanced Warfare, I played every single one. I didn't really like the whole, like, new jumping mechanics type stuff. Like, it was cool, but, outside of that, like, it wasn't something that I enjoyed as much, because I always liked it where it's like, you're on the ground and not just like hopping around, like flying everywhere. It's like if I wanted to do that, I'd play Titanfall, because at least the movement there is much more fluid and feels better.
But here's the thing, right? As far as like Advanced Warfare goes, at least they were trying to be different than like
True.
what the others were doing.
I think the fact, like, I will give a benefit to Advanced Warfare because they're the first. They were the first to do it. Now, even though I didn't like it, I can still understand, like, yes, that is something that I can agree with. Going into something new.
Actually, I quite liked the movement in Advanced Warfare. The only problem was that the movement didn't work because of the tick rate of the servers.
No. I feel like, I think it's just the fact that, like, we had this entire sort of, like, system of the dynamic with Call of Duty where it essentially was started. It's weird when you really look at it. It's like boots on the ground, boots on the ground, boots on the ground, boots on the ground, all the way up until Modern Warfare 3. And then Sledgehammer's like, what if we got double jump? Like, it was essentially just the thought of, what if we had a double jump? And then it just went to, like, wall riding. And
I think the real problem, right, was just like the fact that at some point Advanced Warfare went down the low lane because they were also the first game. Because as much as I like want to give them like
props.
Shit. As much as I want to give them credit for like the whole being the first one to do something different. My problem is that they were also the first company to introduce fucking loot boxes.
I almost forgot about that because when I stopped playing, loot boxes were not introduced. Because if I remember correctly, weren't loot boxes introduced at a later update?
They were. They were introduced, I think, either halfway or later into its life.
Yep. I stopped playing, I think, 2 months after.
And so they were the first ones to do it. And that led us down a whole fucking path. Where all of a sudden, Call of Duty was no longer free from pay to win. Because before, all the microtransactions had only ever been
DLCs, map packs.
Yeah, DLCs or map packs and stuff. And then all of a sudden, we had fucking loot boxes.
Interesting enough, when I said that, if I remember correctly,
and it wasn't just loot boxes for like skins; it was loot boxes for weapons.
Oh yeah, that was terrible. And the shittiest part about it was that it was loot boxes for weapons, and the weapons were always much better. Like, you had to get you had to get a loot box gun, or you were essentially dog. Like, you were just ruined every single time. And I actually remember they actually had something beforehand, And this was back in Black Ops 2, where they had something that was the map pack. The first map pack that came out with Black Ops 2 actually came out with the Peacekeeper SMG. Now, it was a good gun, but the thing, and I think this was like the one thing that I felt like was like the catalyst, but also like we never really saw it as the catalyst, because the gun was really balanced. It wasn't overpowered. It wasn't like super nerfed to the ground.
Was it not? I remember Peacekeeper being broken as fuck, dude.
In the beginning, it was super broken. But then again, this was also the game where everything became broken at the end. Like everything was just essentially like overpowered to the point where it's just like, all right, everything is normal. And I think that was always the fun part about it, was the fact that like everything was broken. So no matter what weapon you use, you were going to get something done with it. Although I think what was it one weapon that I friggin' hated in that game? Oh yeah, the fucking the semi-automatic sniper. Ugh, I hated that. It was so shit. No recoil, but fucking no damage. It was like the WA2K from friggin' Modern Warfare 2, where essentially it was just good enough to be a high caliber DMR.
Yeah.
Still got diamond though. Still got diamond.
Diamond.
I hated myself. I still got diamond. I still remember when they did they actually nerfed the DS50 just after I got diamond on that, because like I switched to a different weapon to work on it, and I'm hearing, oh yeah, DS50 gets a huge nerf. And I'm like, sweet. I don't have to worry about it.
Yep.
But I think the fact that, you know, them going back from the pay-to-win weapons is good. Primarily because, although granted, there were some skins, like, you know, skin packs that they had that actually would break the gun too. I forget which one it was, but it was like a battle pass blueprint in I think season 2. It was either season 1 or season 2. But essentially, it was for the MAC-10, and that made it into have the range of an assault rifle in Warzone, and it was just destroying everybody.
Now, my current problem with weapons in Call of Duty, when they add them, is that it's strictly tied to the battle pass. Are there some where you can unlock them via challenge? Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
But the 2 weapons that come out every season that are tied to the battle pass, once that battle pass is gone, once the season is over, you can no longer get those weapons.
I honestly find that stupid. I feel like there has to be another way of getting those, because, like, granted, it's a way to motivate people to buy, you know, to buy into playing it just to get those weapons. But even then,
look, I get it. It's only at level. It's only like
20...
15 and 35, I think, on the pass normally.
Yeah, but it's still
something around there. But like, that's still a lot of hours of gameplay.
That's
just
like
to get
30 plus
just
hours
to like get them per season.
Like, I'm not going to put in 30 hours for a weapon that I may or may not use.
This is true.
Also, sup life, and yes, diamonds are very pretty. But I think the one thing is that, and this is something that that Call of Duty does well, and like you have to at least give them props for that, is the fact that they're like, the way that they maintain their player base is better than how Fortnite maintain their player base. Even though like Fortnite does have still a significantly huge player base, you don't like, there's not been that much talk about it within like the influencer space, at least with the people that I watch, and they all were, you know, they used to stream Fortnite for like days and weeks on it.
Because like, you know, you eventually you have to move on, otherwise you would start hating yourself.
I still remember when Summit tried playing it. Fucking hated it. And it was
Ninja still play it
at times, but I think he plays other stuff. I think I don't know if he went back to Halo. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to Halo for Halo Infinite. I would not be surprised. Like that looks fun. But I think I haven't really seen what Ninja's been up to.
I just don't watch Ninja, so I don't know.
I used to watch him, but then after he went over to Mixer, it's like, oh well, I'm not caring that much. Like it's always interesting when you see people like go from one location to another. And just when they come back, you just see a huge drop. Like when Ninja was like, on Twitch before he moved over to Mixer. Biggest streamer at the time. With, Summit only rivaling him for like a month.
Looking at his recent streams, he has actually mostly been playing League.
Really?
He has played a little bit of Fortnite and a little bit of Valorant, but it seems like a lot of League of Legends with some Final Fantasy mixed in there.
I mean, I think that, Ninja's in a spot where he can literally do whatever he wants and he'll be fine. He's, like, set for life. He has his partnership with Red Bull. He has his partnership with Adidas. And, he's still, like, even though I don't watch him, he's still a good content creator. He hasn't, there hasn't been any, like, change in him. Granted, there's been some controversies, but they're understandable controversies. Like, I still found it when people were outraged over the fact that he won't play with female streamers, and it's like, he has a valid point.
Yeah.
Like, it sucks when it's like you're
I think he changed that eventually and went back to playing with them, but
I think it was just
understandable at the time because people are fucking ridiculous about it.
Well, and also he was essentially the face of Twitch and the face of gaming. Like, he was the first main person to be on night shows. Like, and that's huge. That's huge to be essentially the face of gaming. Like, if I remember correctly, wasn't he on, like, Sports Illustrated or Times? He was on one of those huge magazines. I remember that. Like, he was big. And so, like, the fact that, like, a lot of his choices, like, I understand. It's like, granted, they seem really stupid, but, he wanted to have his life be normal. He wanted to avoid, like, shitty tabloid things, so, rather to have him be, I guess, out of the two lesser, like, he chose the lesser evil, because it's not, like, making him seem untrustworthy, Like, hell, if I was in his spot, I wouldn't be surprised if I did the same, Like, I would prevent, like, people from, like, oh, he might be flirting with others. And, like, there was shit like that going on in, like, Twitch. Everyone knew that. But, Ninja wanted to prevent that, so props to him on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the guy, like, Shroud and Ninja, like, robbed, like, Microsoft. I feel like because, like, when
Microsoft did that to themselves.
No, they did them to themselves, yeah, but it was just the fact that...
Like, they didn't rob anyone. That's Microsoft's own fault for bringing them in via contract without acknowledging the fact that Mixer was a fucking risk.
I still think that the shittiest part about it was that, honestly, I actually thought, like, oh, Mixer was gonna, have some leg to stand on. Because they had integration. They could have
stood up.
They could have easily done it.
The problem, right, is that Mixer never really implemented any features to like
Combat
beat
it.
out Twitch.
Yeah, like right now, YouTube Gaming has essentially the same thing. Instead of having subscribers, you have members, and those members, guess what, are integrated into YouTube itself. You have super chats, that show up in your chat. Like you can donate directly in the chat, and it's cool. YouTube Gaming, I feel like, is in one of those spots where it's essentially it's in a really, really good spot to have a chance of taking over the live streaming side against Twitch. Because of the fact of, like, it is a huge company that's backing them. Granted, Amazon is also backing Twitch, but Twitch
There's
is right.
a feature that I do like on YouTube that I wish Twitch had, and it's the ability to schedule a stream and have a thumbnail and have that save
Yes. Yes.
with the thumbnail and title and everything.
Yeah. But then again, you don't have like people like Baru just like doing you don't have like people just kind of like baiting the thumbnail type deal, which is always funny because like they will have like, because Baru is actually doing for example, Baru is doing an artistry, like a art competition, and it was great. The amount of like submissions, because I was also watching it. I was like thinking, I wonder how these are, and they're all really good. So props to all of them. But it was because of the whole basis of it was summer, and it's like one of the things that kind of like benefited them is like if you have, a Panda and Sam, I wouldn't say mascot anymore, but it's kind of like the backup face of Baru's channel, who used to be technically the face of the channel outside of the Pandamotes, but it was like, oh, you have both of those in, like, you're great, you're set. And everyone just ran with, let's put Sam in a bikini. And it's like, there's somewhere it was just like, oh, it was good, it was wholesome. And then there's just somewhere it's like, It's like, this isn't NSFW, but,
Yeah.
And there were parts where it's just like, as a meme, you just have Baru just like, holding on the picture for like a good minute, just like, baiting the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
And he would just get a message like, you did it.
Yep.
It's great.
Seems alright.
And I think that's like, there's like that charm, but again, like the fact that you can't put a damn thumbnail. Like, honestly, I would have loved to put like a thumb risky. Well, I mean, it's like, I wouldn't say like it's, it wasn't like, ooh, it's like it's see-through, but it was like it's like there was a thin line and they were just like poking right close to it, like right next to it. Like they weren't crossing it, but they were right there. But they were good art. It was good art. I mean, granted, if you follow Baru, he friggin' retweeted all of them, and I'm like, yep, that's fine. All of them are good. But I still think, like, I would love to have it where I can put up a thumbnail and, set up the stream that way. Even though I'm, like, inconsistent right now because I have, like, 500 different things going on at the same time, once everything gets, like, back in order and all that, I would love to have that. I would love to be, like, able to do that. But
I think my problem with Twitch is that Twitch is so slow with its updates that it's never going to get faster unless another platform basically challenges them.
Oh, 100%. Do you know what I think is? Twitch is just... What's the easiest way of saying this? Twitch is at a point where they're just going to be stagnant.
Yeah, a perfect example of them being stagnant is Squad.
Yes! Still waiting for that, goddammit! World's first, dude. World's first. Oh, I don't need to go to that. I can just
Since
squad stream it.
Stream launched, we've been waiting for it to go live for affiliates, and they've not done a single thing for affiliates for it.
Like,
We're lucky the animated emotes are gonna be a thing for affiliates.
I mean, granted, yes, I would love to have animated emotes. Honestly, I will actually, like, friggin'...
Well, we know that they're gonna be a thing already.
I mean, yes, I know, but it's just the fact of, like, yes, perfect, great.
But it bothers me that, like, they're willing to do that and tell us that we're gonna get it by the end of 2021, but we've been waiting for years for squad mode.
And squad mode would have been so much better because, oh, I feel like squad mode would have been awesome for world's first runs. Like when
squad mode would have made it so much easier. If squad mode existed for like affiliates, the only people who would be using multi-twitch would essentially be non-affiliates.
Yeah, beginner streamers, and essentially it's like
It's at that point where it's like, it's not, I'm not going to say it's difficult, like, it's not hard, like, it's super easy, but it's, you know, it's not...
I'm going to be real fucking honest. I don't know why Squad Stream has to be an affiliate or partner locked thing. I don't understand it.
I think the one thing is that it's more to motivate people.
If a third-party tool can do it better than Squad, like, it can do it for, like, both partners, affiliates, and non-affiliates, then, like, doesn't that kind of point out a fucking flaw?
I just realized something. Do you know why they haven't sent it out? Fucking YouTube hasn't done it yet. YouTube has not...
But YouTube doesn't have animated emotes, so...
True! But they did start... If I remember correctly, didn't they start, like, rolling out emotes?
They've had emotes for a while. They've had emotes for a long while now.
I mean, I think it's just the fact that more people would use the emotes, but even then, it's still just the fact of, hey...
I don't know if they've changed it yet, but I need to look into it, because I haven't really watched any streams recently, but I know, as far as my memory goes back to March, you couldn't use your membership emotes in other people's streams. I don't know if after March they changed that or not.
Wait. God, I love my facial expressions. Yeah, they're fucking great.
But you couldn't use emotes in other people's channels.
On YouTube, right?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah. I think the fact that, you know, I feel like emotes now should just be like, you know.
And something that Twitch is doing and that I don't think any of us really thought about, which has caught me off guard, is follower emotes.
There has actually been, like, an urge for, like, because, like, if we had follower emotes, holy fucking shit, I would have put...
Well, they're adding follower emotes.
Yeah, I honestly wish that they kind of added it earlier, though.
I know, but it's just... I never thought of them, like, doing that. I've never thought of, like, follower emotes. And now we're getting that, and it's like, holy shit.
Honestly, I'm glad that we are. Because I love my emotes are great.
Because now that's something that's going to challenge YouTube on the emote side.
But I think the one thing is, and this is also a huge benefit to Twitch, is that technically
they already had follower emotes, quote unquote. And that was through BTTV. And
BTTV is not theirs, though.
No, yeah, I understand that. It's it's the fact of a third party. But, you know, making it into something, proprietary is wonderful. Especially since, you know, there's that whole thing. But again, I'm really hoping that when they do this, like, you know, it's not one of those things where it's like you have to hit a certain amount. Like, it has to be like something like, you know, oh yeah, you get one like one emote if you're an affiliate for every like 500 like followers. It's like, bruh.
Well, we know we're getting 5 free. I think it's 5 free follower emotes.
Good. That's as long as I have that, because
I
then
don't know if we're gonna get any more beyond that, but I know it's gonna be at least 5 free.
yeah. I think that's like the one good thing about it is just the fact that it's like, you know, we now are getting, we can actually have more incentive. And honestly, I think the one thing is that the fact that, you know, you have emotes for bit donations is also kind of cool too.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, it's always nice to have that as well, that kind of that exclusivity type deal. But it's just the, you know,
It's always like those times where it's just like, you look at it and it's just like, it's emotes. Why are these so important? And then you realize that's essentially the entirety of Twitch in a nutshell, are emotes. I mean, hell.
Yeah, so it's gonna be 5. It's gonna So looking at the Twitch blog, it is 5 follower emotes.
Yes. Komodo hype in the chat. Oh wait, PogChamp in the chat. I'm so glad that we're now having like a consistent PogChamp. It's Komodo hype. I'm very happy about it. I mean, it's just.
I guess.
I mean, it's just like that's what like a lot of people were like hoping it would be, like Komodo hype, because you know everyone was switching over to Komodo hype instantly as soon as like PogChamp was, you know, altered.
but I think the one thing is that for the emotes, it is going to definitely open up a lot of new stuff for people. I wouldn't be surprised if like commissions go up a little bit, like go up, which I really need to get those, huh? Yeah, I really do.
Commissions are gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
I think one of the more interesting things is like one of the emote artists that I follow, Chica, the one who did the Skritter.
That emote.
Yeah, she talked about something regarding it. She, if I remember correctly, said that, like, if they want to commission another artist to make animated versions of the emotes that she supplied to them, that they can, because she's not gonna do animated emotes.
I can appreciate that. I can appreciate the fact that she's given permission for that. I like that. And I think
And there's someone from the Discord, basically someone who just jokes around with her, said, "But what if I commission you 30 or so emotes that are basically just different frames of the emote, of the animated emote?"
That's gonna
And
be
she's
a
like,
lot.
"How the fuck do you think of these loopholes?"
I mean, technically,
Those motherfuckers always think of loopholes.
I mean that's what I would do. It's just the thing is like signing up a GIF format. It's not hard. It isn't. It really isn't, and it's hilarious when you realize like, oh, this is actually not as difficult as I thought.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one thing that people, and I think that's what I love about it, is that I wouldn't be surprised if I have it where, wait, are animated emotes like
a partners only thing? Because I actually haven't.
Animated emotes are in beta right now, and so as far as right now, only partners can do it. But by the end of 2021, affiliates will have access to animated emotes.
Hopefully.
No, that's what they said.
Okay, good.
They said by the end of 2021, affiliates will have access.
Okay. Alright, that's not too bad. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, in 6 months. Honestly, 6 months is not that long. It's weird to really say it. It's like, oh, it's forever. It's not that long.
Oh, here's the thing. They said by the end of 22-21. So the very latest is the end of 2021. But it's possible we could get it earlier than that.
Yeah.
Because the way they phrase that could mean anywhere between after partners get it and the end of 2021.
Yep. And I think the interesting part is that when, when we really look at the features, we never really think about how they impact it, because I doubt, when Twitch decided, you know what, let's add in emotes. I doubt they really thought that this is going to be essentially what makes Twitch.
Yeah, they probably didn't, yeah.
Because they think it was like, it's a cute little add-on. Like, Kappa was a cute little add-on because of Justin TV's owner. Here we are, It became an icon.
Yeah.
PogChamp was an icon. And it's like, Orange Jesus, icon. Like, there's just so many huge things that came out of it. And I think that's, like, really, really good. Because, with that, it says a lot. And I like it. Like, your global emails, you got your popcorn, you got your Unity stuff. Oh, well, that's, like, other stuff. There's the not like this. I remember that. And so, you have, like, all these good emotes, too. I mean, there's some that are just random, but still, the fact that you have that option. And I think that's the good thing about it, is the fact that, like, you can grow, like, hell, fucking Baru essentially blew up, not only on his streams because of Dead by Daylight, but also, like, he has fucking adorable emotes. He literally had to get 2 channels. He has 2 channels. One's for his brother, but it's still the fact, like, 2 channels of emotes.
Yeah, basically.
And honestly, it's great. And I think that's always, like, the one thing where it's like you have that whole, like, situation where it's just... And I think that is definitely something companies need to really, like, look at, What is the thing, like, because, again, it's something so insignificant. But later down the line, it is pivotal. When when the dude who was representing PogChamp said those things, it was a huge deal. Because it's like, we gotta remove that. We gotta distance ourselves from that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's weird to really think about it, Something so small. The friggin' 32 by 32 or 72, 36 by 36 or 72 by 72, PNG file can mean so much to so many.
Yeah.
It's always the little things. And I think, speaking of little things, I think the one thing that that Twitch really needs to do is look at the little possibilities of the gray area within their friggin' goddamn system. Because, so, while we're on the subject of Twitch is, is going through the whole DMC bullshit. And here's the funniest part about it. They came out with a DMCA-free version of Spotify, which essentially is music that you can play on your stream through like the Twitch player, and you wouldn't have to worry about DMCA.
I think people have kind of not used their brain. Because a lot of the time I'm seeing people getting copyrighted is the fact that they seem to forget to turn on the Twitch VOD system, which removes the music from your fucking stream.
Yeah.
They're not saying you can have it recorded on the VOD. They're saying you're free to do it while streaming, as long as you have the correct settings turned on to make sure that it gets removed from your stream. The reason why people are getting copy DMCA because of it is because they're fucking brain dead and don't pay attention. I don't like the system, but if these people are gonna complain about the system, they better damn well make sure they understand it before they do stupid shit like that.
Honestly, though, like for real, I think the one thing is that Twitch is in that spot where they're going to get a lot more scrutiny, like so much more scrutiny than normal, because with the whole thing of the DMCA's are now taking effect and they're like coming down hard. Which, again, I feel like DMCA is the dumbest fucking law that still exists.
Oh yeah, it's because DMCA was created before the internet, right?
It was not... Yeah, it was created before the internet. It was created before, like, 90% of the way that media is actually, like, shown.
Yeah.
And the problem is there's no specificity. And that's the issue. And that's... And the main problem is...
there's nothing Twitch can really do about it, to be honest. Like, people get mad at Twitch, and I'm like, there's nothing they can do. There's literally nothing they can do. You want them to protect you, and I get that. But there's nothing they can do about DMCA law, because the DMCA law doesn't give them a way to protect you.
It really doesn't. That's always the issue, is that...
It's just not Twitch's fault here.
I think the one thing is that I'm actually kind of surprised about is that they don't... Because, VODs are muted. Right? Like, they have, like, that point where it's like,
sometimes. They're not always muted.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things where it's...
And it's the times that it slips by the system.
Yeah.
And even then, the sucky part is the fact that they're working on ways... Not Twitch, live. By the way, but they're working on ways so that... DMCA will be able to activate during your live stream.
Mm-hmm. And and here's always the one thing that I just never, I never understand this, is that DMCA is just going to fuck you over. And I'm not talking about us as consumers. I'm talking about everyone. Because think about it this way. Half of the songs that I have listened to in EDM have been from Glad. Glad is a huge EDM fan. He listens to Bass Nectar and all those people. And that's how I found them. Now I listen to them essentially every other day. I'm essentially, like, that was a form of now they found a new person that listens to them. And a lot of the times when I'm also like showing off music to people, they're like, oh shit, and I get them in as well. And it's, I think, the fact that they do not understand that. They do not understand that at all. Because, again, I'm listening to music through Spotify, where Spotify essentially is sharing revenue to the producers. Or the licensed people for the song. Like, every stream that you put for a song goes towards the revenue that the artist or the one who put up the song is getting. And so the more people you get, the higher the revenue stream. And bada bing, bada boom, more money. And I think that's the issue. And that's what I think a lot of people, like, in the gaming industry understand and are like, okay, fine, make Let's Plays, make these things, go right ahead, we're fine with it. You're gonna be essentially giving us indirect revenue. I'm all down for it. Meanwhile, DMCA, like, the freaking music industry is like, they're listening to our song with our license, fuck them. Like, what?
I think it's less so that we're listening to their songs and more so that the logic that they're using, which is technically correct,
True.
is the fact that we're distributing it on stream, essentially, by allowing others to listen into it with us.
Valid. That's valid.
Which is a weird argument considering people do that already
So
without streaming.
So here's the kicker though. And this is also something what kind of like comes into
But I
play.
guess the argument would be the fact that like we're doing it via a larger audience online.
Not only that, but also we don't have the license for it. Because to give you some more information on why DMCA is such an issue for streamers rather than other people who play music, is that on the radio they have radio license for music, and essentially what it is that they have the permission from the music company to play their music for a fee. And as long as they have that license, they can do that. Now, again, that's that's to a broad audience, and that is the type of music that they have. On Twitch, however, for us, many of us do not have that. There are people who essentially, there's some that do. But majority of us, I would say maybe 99 or 98% of the streaming community does not have that license. Or some type of license that allows you to stream copyrighted music. And a lot of the times we're thinking, oh, it's like I'm listening to this through Spotify. It's still the fact of what you have through Spotify, through YouTube, or through any way that you're listening to music. It's a consumer license, not a radio license, or not a production license, whatever. There's different forms of licenses. One is I have the right to listen to this, and others are I have the right to broadcast this.
Yeah, basically.
And that's where that issue is, and that's why DMC is such a huge thing within the online community, because it's so easy to get that information, but it's also easy for us to not realize that we need that we need that permission, because DMC is the one thing is that DMC is good for some things, for example, pay-per-view fights or pay-per-view events. DMCA is great for that because it prevents them from losing out on lost revenue. Even though I fucking hate pay-per-view anything, for me it just doesn't make any fucking sense, because it's you have ads, fucking run them. They're there. Why do I have to pay $25 to see one person beat the shit out of another for 30 seconds? Doesn't make sense to me. I mean, just think about it. I forget what fight it was. It was, I think, Mayweather versus another dude. Fucking 30 seconds.
There was also Logan Paul, I think, who had it on pay-per-view.
Yep, he had it also on pay-per-view as well. There was the TikTok versus YouTube fight. That was also pay-per-view. It's just it's stupid. It's stupid. I don't like pay-per-view. Pay-per-view is dumb. I already have fucking cable. I already am fucking purchasing internet. If I have to do a pay-per-view bullshit, it has to be something worth it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to watch 30 seconds of a guy whacking someone else and them on the floor and doing a 10 count. Come on, 20 seconds of a fight and looking at the bastard on the ground for 10 seconds? Not my cup of tea. Some people are. I mean, granted, I would love to hear if it was Logan Paul on the ground, with 10 seconds, but that's besides the point. But it's still the fact that, pay-per-view is just, again, pay-per-view is a fucking scam. Anyone who actually buys into it either is, wholly devoted, which is, fine. I understand that. I get you're a diehard fan. Or someone who really has money to burn. It's there could be better things to burn money on. it's just like the whole like idea of it is just dumb. Like, especially since we have like the subscription service type deal. Like, you know, you got $10.99 for Spotify. It seems like a lot, but when I look at it, I'm paying $10 to listen to essentially 100 hours of music. I listen to that much music. It's subscription. I'm not paying for it. It's subscription based.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's great, you know, subscription. Like, if it was like, but I think the interesting part is it's always fights. It's always fights. The ones that have literally the highest fucking cost to view time value are fights when it comes to pay-per-view. And that's just, it's terrible. Like, fucking, like, people have made millions off of 30 seconds because of pay-per-view. 30 minutes! Pay-per-view, fucking, they made tens of millions. They made hundreds of millions. And it's just like, why? Why is this a thing? But, I don't know. That's just how it is.
It's just stupid shit, essentially.
Gotta get a way to make extra money. I still think at this point, if you are still watching cable, then either you haven't known about the different streaming services that are coming out, which is like understandable, or you just don't care for them. Because for me, I literally, if I ever buy anything through like Verizon or whatever local, like, you know, internet company, like ISP I have, or possibly even Starlink, I will never buy cable. Because there is no reason for cable.
Here's my problem, right? Cable wants us to subscribe to cable, but then why would I pay for cable when I can just get like Netflix and like all these other subscriptions? And on top of that, that brings up even worse point of the fact, why would I pay for cable if I'm already going to be paying a million different subscriptions via Netflix and stuff?
Not only that, why am I paying for cable when you have your own fucking like service? Paramount Plus, Peacock TV,
Is a good question.
Disney Plus.
HBO.
Exactly. Buy less cable, more Facebook. Yeah. But it's still just the fact of, like, you know, it's
Like,
just
why would I buy cable where I have to essentially wait for stuff to come on when I could just pay for Netflix or Hulu or all these other or these different subscriptions and just watch stuff whenever I want to?
buy listing maybe. But it's just the fact that, like, it does not make sense. Even better. Fucking one Netflix account. If you have the family plan, it's so much cheaper. You split between your friends. Oh, you are spending less than on a single Netflix account.
Also, things might even get less expensive depending on whether or not the Funimation Crunchyroll deal gets approved. Because
Yeah.
I think Sony had already owned one of them.
They bought Funimation. Crunchyroll
Funimation.
is independent. Yeah, Crunchyroll is independent as of right now.
Technically, but
Yeah,
if
technically.
the court allows the deal to go through, they'll own Crunchyroll.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm fine with that.
Now, if they own Crunchyroll, that'll allow them to merge the two, and thus that'll be one less subscription service if you're an anime fan.
See, my main thing, and I think that, you know, Xbox is doing a really good job of this, and I feel like Sony PlayStation Plus, please, or what is their fucking thing? Their shitty like subscription service for games
Which one? What?
for Sony?
Oh, PlayStation Now?
PlayStation Now. Thank you. They could easily become a huge hit if they get like, because if they have Crunchyroll, right? they can have a deal where it's like you get PlayStation Now, you also get what's it called? You get either a discount or you get Crunchyroll subscription for free. That is something they can do because that's what Xbox is doing. They have a partnership with Disney Plus where you can get like a certain, I forget how much time for free when you sign up for Ultimate. You can get a Disney Plus subscription, and then also you can get like your Nitro subscription as well. And I think it's just the fact that you have that whole thing where you are essentially all like, you have that point where there's deals. There's deals everywhere, I wouldn't be surprised if Hulu. Oh yeah, if you had a student, you can get I remember it was like for $5 for I think 4 years, $5 a month. You can get Hulu Plus, like you can get Hulu plus Spotify plus Showtime, all for $5 a month for 4 years, off of the student deal. And and I think that's the one thing, and that's why a lot of people and it's always something. It's interesting because when you really look at it, like people are always going to be like, oh, it's like subscriptions are just like a waste of money. It's like, well, looking at it, it depends on how you do it. If you do it properly, like what Xbox is doing, what Hulu's, Spotify, and Showtime are doing, it can work miracles. Because for $5, I can watch shows on Hulu, listen to music, without having to worry about ads. And then guess what? I can watch Showtime shows. $5 a month. That's not bad. And so, there's always those thoughts, and that is a thing, that's always a possibility. And I think that's something that, people really should see, is that yes, it is something that is new, something that people hate, but also it's something where an opportunity can come in. Like, to give you an idea, for I think it was for gigabit internet, it's 100, my dad told me this before. It's like $70 for the speeds that we have per month.
Yeah.
But here's the kicker, though. He's paying $210 for 3 things: cable, internet, and phone. We don't use the phone. We barely use cable. He's essentially, if you really look at it, it's just like he's paying more on the internet. Actually, no, my bad. Wait, did I say 170 or 70 for internet alone?
You said 170.
Correction. It was I think it was what was it? No, sorry, it was 100. It was 100. If you were just to buy the internet. He is essentially paying $105 per month for internet and for cable that we don't use. So that's even more on the internet. It's just it's why? Why is there necessary? Why is this a thing that needs to exist? I think it's just there's just so much that they can do better with. That's just it. People see subscriptions as a terrible thing, but honestly, it's a necessary evil when you really look at it through a price point. And also, in the end, it's kind of a benefit for everyone. Because if you play a lot of games, Game Pass Ultimate's really good, because for $25 a month, you have hundreds of hours of games that you can play, and you do not need to buy them. You can finish up, Outriders, which was a $40 game. No, sorry, it's $60, right? Because we got on a deal, through Green Man, if I remember correctly.
Believe so, yes.
Yeah, so it's like a $60 game for, you know, for I wouldn't say a shit game, but a game that needs improvement in many areas, and I wouldn't feel bad about it, because guess what? I don't own it. I don't have to worry about returning it. I mean, granted, there's games that like I would want to hold on to forever, and you know, it's one of those times where it's like if you know, with the whole thing that happened with like with Sony back in the day, where it was they were not going to support the old games for like
the old game store was on PlayStation 4 or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, but it's like, of course they backtracked, obviously, but it's still just the fact of like, you know, that's always a risk. They could just pull the plug and you don't have access to that game. But again, a lot of the times, like, it's, you know, it just depends on how you look at it. Like, for me, I think it's a good thing. Will I use it? Not likely. I still want to have, like, you know, the ability to not have that game, like, leave the Battle Pass. And I would like to not have to worry about, like, you know, additional payment systems. Because for me, right now, I would say I play about, maybe 4 to 5 games a year at this point. And that, I would say, roughly is about $600. If you know, as a rough estimate.
Yeah.
And that's like, you know, that's with other stuff, like that's because I buy like, you know, the huge bundle packs because I like to have all the full access to everything, like, you know, the DLCs, the Battle Pass stuff and all that. And, you know, looking at it, it sounds like a great deal to get the Battle Pass. Like, to get the Game Pass Ultimate. But one, that wouldn't be for me. Because even though I'm saying, like, oh, I play, like, you know, 5-6 games and it's, like, around $600, a lot of ththose games I will play for a few years. Destiny 2 is one of those games. Like, I will buy I will buy it every year, every single time. I have no problem with that. Hell, I pre-order it. Even though you're never supposed to. I will, because I know I'm going to play it. I know I will. It is not hard for me to play that. But it's like, I know that I'm going to have that. I know I'm going to do that. And 60, like, and if I was just playing that game, that's $60 a year. That's $5 a month. Why am I spending 5 times that amount for games I'm not going to touch?
No idea.
Exactly.
I think.
And so
I don't know.
I think the one thing is that Game Pass is really, really good if you're like a hardcore player. Like if you play games,
It's not even just like being hardcore, right?
yeah,
Game Pass allows you to try out games you never would have played before.
I think that's also like the beautiful thing about it, you know?
Which is why I'm envious of Xbox players sometimes, because they got to play. If people were subbed to Outriders, if people were subbed to Game Pass already, then they were like, they saw Outriders is coming out, and like, okay, I'll try out Outriders, and if I like it, I might buy it. And then they find out Outriders is a piece of shit.
Yeah. If you guys haven't seen that,
not skin off of their back because they're already paying the subscription, you know.
Yeah. I mean, for them at that point, it's just like, well, I know I can spend my time in a different game.
Yeah. To them, it's just like, well, it's part of my sub. I can just go ahead and uninstall this game
And move on to something else.
Yeah.
For us, we're the fucking schmucks that have to still have to deal with it. It's great. No,
Yeah,
it's not. It's fucking terrible.
you know, I literally over 90 hours. So
I couldn't put that much amount of time in that.
I put the amount of hours in before, like, the damage mitigation and other problems started happening. Like, obviously there were still some problems, like the character deletion and other things.
No, yeah.
But I did it before they fucked up the mitigations.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm over here fucking because I was so busy, and I didn't play it that often. And then all the shit just happened, like right as I started playing again. It was terrible, and it sucks. And I think the interesting part is that we completely just and this is the beauty of our podcast. Essentially,
We've done basically a complete reversal on that game.
Oh yeah. If you actually see each of the episodes, the first and the second episode, you will see me fucking talk, like, you will see me do a 180 instantly. Because the first one, I actually enjoyed it. It was buggy, but hey, I'm not somebody who is against buggy games. I love Cyberpunk 2077. That shit's a fucking nightmare. I love Fallout 76. That shit's still, it's improved, but it's still crap. And so it's like, I was able to deal with it. But then after going through it, like, I realized I wasted my time.
Yeah.
I fucking did.
I mean, it's a game that I feel like you should at least try, just because the free trial is a really good deal. I would say probably Final Fantasy 14.
I had a feeling you were going to say that because so many people have been playing it. I'm like, I wonder if one of you guys is going to tell me Final Fantasy 14.
Here's the thing. Do you know why I'm suggesting the free trial, though?
No.
Because the free trial allows you to get to level 60, as well as play up to the end of the first expansion.
Okay. And how
many
hours
That's
is that?
a lot of content.
Yeah, how many hours is in that alone?
Alone? That's probably well over like that's like, I don't know how much hours that is, because base game Realm Reborn is ridiculously long.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a good RPG right there.
Because a Realm Reborn's just base. Because the way they do it is they have base and then post-story quest lines. The post main story is what essentially ties up any loose ends, or it creates more plot threads and leads into the next expansion.
Kind of like what Destiny's doing.
I think like Realm Reborn has so many main quests in its base, because I remember correctly, A Realm Reborn has about 180 main quests in base alone.
That is...
And then another 80 in its post.
That's a lot. That is...
And then Heaven's Word has about, I think, 90 or so main quests, and then 40 something post story.
Oh, lovely. That is fun.
Well, that's a lot of content for free, because it's not just like it's not just the like story you get to experience. You do get to experience the raids and dungeons of the first expansion and vanilla.
Yeah, that's true.
I say vanilla when it's really 2.0, because 1.0 it was Final Fantasy 14 Online before they nuked it.
Oh, before they did like a full like revamp.
What?
Didn't they do like a full revamp of it?
Kind of. It plays into the story essentially, but they basically essentially remade it, kind of, but they kept like some elements of it. It does like basically take place A Realm Reborn takes place after, basically, the way they destroyed the world and, like, remade it.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's just a Realm Reborn's a little bit of a struggle to get through. Just not necessarily because it's bad, but because a Realm Reborn is very slowly paced.
I don't like
Overall, it's an okay experience for a Realm Reborn. Like, nothing crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's once you get to Heaven's Word where it's like, holy shit, they've really just ramped everything up. And it continues to get better from there, as far as I'm aware. I've not played Stormblood or Shadowbringers, but I've heard, like, both of those expansions are relatively good. I've heard Shadowbringers is the best one so far. And they have a new expansion later this year, which is looking to be interesting, which is supposed to actually end the arc that's been going on since 1.0.
Huh. Okay. Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I think the interesting part is we have gone on so many tangents that we just like. Oh, I'm gonna bring it right back over to E3 and just kind of ask, like, what out of all the games that kind of have been announced outside of Elden Ring, what are the games that you are looking forward to, so to speak?
I would say probably. This is a bit of a surprise because I wasn't excited for the game beforehand, right?
Yeah.
Probably Halo Infinite. Because as much as I was looking forward to it, I wasn't exactly interested in it. And the reason why I wasn't exactly interested in it was because of the fact that, like, every time we've seen Infinite, like, it
Craig.
looked like they just didn't really care about certain things. And look, I'm not saying graphics have to be amazing, but when your gameplay that's shown off in the presentation for a game that's supposed to be released later that same year looks like it's missing textures, I'm going to question whether you actually care or not.
I mean, the good thing is that they did delay it. And that, I think that delay itself.
And now, like, everything looks better. It doesn't. They're like, all the textures look like they're there.
Oh yeah,
they're smooth and all that. But it's very weird for a game to be what is essentially going to be the flagship of the X.
Honestly, it was supposed to be the flagship.
Supposed to be the flagship of X, but, like, the problem was they just didn't look like it would be a flagship because.
Yeah.
And this is a problem that they have in general, I think, is that not a lot of their exclusives look next gen.
They really don't, and it says a lot because, granted, when you really look at it in the end, they're wonderful games. They're really good, and the fact that, when you actually do play it, it feels good. It feels good to play. It's just, with that look, because essentially the whole reason, and, for anyone who's watching, the whole reason why you have flagship games is essentially there to show off the engine, the architect of the Xbox, of your latest generation. Like, if you ever really want to see a good way of showing, like, the capability of it, watch in-game footage of Forza Horizon. Playground Games is amazing when it comes to utilizing the architect and the software within
within Xbox, either through, you know, Xbox One, Xbox Series X. It shows a lot, and it's really good. Like, when I was watching the gameplay of it, it was beautiful. I loved it.
Today's gameplay definitely looked good for Forza.
I knew I was gonna, like, that was where 120, like, if there was $120 for everything, I'm buying it. That's what I did with the last one. I had no regrets. I fucking loved every single, like, you know, every single aspect of it. The cars in there were great. It felt like, you know, the controls in there felt responsive. The physics were freaking amazing in that. And, you know, that's why I always, like, if I were to ever look at, you know, at an Xbox, like, at a generation, I would always look towards Forza. Because Forza is always one of those games where it's like, you can look at it and you can see, like, you know, granted, this is, you know, one example, but for me, it's like, it's a personal favorite because if you guys don't know, I am a car guy, so, you know, seeing the beauty, like, the friggin' Project 1 fucking driving down the Mexican highway in the middle of the desert through a friggin' like, you know, and seeing the Taycan just drift off, like, onto the road, having the sand spray from the back because of the speed, and then you have, you know, a race essentially against a C8 versus a McLaren in this, you know, in the actual, like, dust storm. And then you have, you know, it goes into the other dynamics. It's like, oh, hey, even though we have a desert, guess what? We have a jungle. And then you have, like, you know, you have that go through. And then you have all this, like, you know, it's just looking at it. It's so visually through. Like, so one thing is that when they were showcasing Forza, I was actually hanging out with my dad at the time. And I was like, I had it up because I was like, oh, I'm just looking at the conferences. And he's like, okay, cool. And he looked over. It's like, wait. It's like, what is that? It's like, that's a game. It's like, wait, what do you mean? It's like, yes, that is a game. That is how the game looks. Like, it just looks so good. It's like, I know. And so, no. Again, this is me essentially gushing over the fact of, yes, I love car games. Don't be surprised. But again, you know, in the aspect of seeing what the system can do, that is one of the few games that I would always go to. And the way that they showed off the gameplay, would you even call that gameplay? Because it's like, it is kind of gameplay, but also, I don't think they actually, did they specify that was gameplay for
It was gameplay. We saw player icons and stuff.
Yeah, but it's, you know, seeing that, it makes it feel so much better because, one, you know, now we get to kind of see, like, how it is, what the new abilities are, because we're getting fucking sonar nades, we're getting new different types of, I would call them Forerunner weapons, because, again, they do the same thing as the Prometheus. Actually, would you call them Forerunner weapons or Promethean weapons?
I'm pretty sure it's Promethean.
Yeah, we'll stick with that.
Although they may end up adding Forerunner weapons, but all the weapons beforehand were called Promethean weapons.
Yeah, but it's still the fact, like, we have those new dynamics, we have all that stuff. And also, I can't wait to see the Pro League for this. I think this is going to be amazing for Pro League. As someone who, like, you know, enjoys esports, because, you know, it's just like this. I still remember watching, like, the matches for MLG during when they were doing Reach back in 2000. I think it was 2010 or something.
Something like that.
It was before 4 came out with their COD aspect of it, and it's just like, you know, it was so cool. It was so nice, and, you know, I started getting back into it with Halo 5, especially since after they announced Infinite, and looking at it, it looks so fucking fun, and it's free to play, and it's just like, yay.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for elites to be back in the game. You realize Reach was the last time we had elites in multiplayer?
You're not wrong. Well, also, thinking about it, up until like Halo 4 and 5, I don't think the only time we actually saw elites were grunts, they never really took the center stage. They were there for cannon fodder or
Well,
as
elite, we had Covenant, right? But I'm not talking about like campaign. Like Covenant has always been a part of the campaigns.
No, of course.
I'm talking about multiplayer, playable multiplayer characters, something we've not had in like forever.
That's true. I would want to customize elite armor.
I don't think they're going to do it because for some reason, 343, just like Bungie, is obsessed with having the multiplayer be canon.
I mean, it's weird.
And I think that's fucking stupid.
Didn't they make it where essentially every single
To be 100% honest, I do not think multiplayer should ever be canon to the PvE aspect of the game.
The only time
because then you limit yourself.
See, the only time that I would say that PvP would ever be canon is if it was like the simulations, like what they did with what was the game mode they had where it was essentially just like all out war in Halo 5. I can't remember the name of it.
This is gonna be funny. This is gonna be really funny.
What?
Because it's called Warzone.
Okay, I did not expect that. I mean, hey, that is legit, that is good, on point naming. I like that. But it's, it's still the fact of, that whole thing was a simulation. Everything in that was a simulation. It was just, two squads or two platoons going up against each other. And that was the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was that. It's all right, two squads.
My problem is why does PvP need to be canon, though?
I
don't know why that matters.
I think the only time it should ever be considered canon is if it literally has no relevance to,
343, there's a reason why people loved Bungie's Halo multiplayer more than yours.
Because it was decent multiplayer and everyone actually...
It's because they didn't limit themselves.
That's true. I'm just now thinking what would happen if they had Halo 3 as... I'm just now thinking of it, fucking fat kid being canon to the lore. Just the thought of it, there's a fucking, the way that they integrate it, it's there's just a report of just a kid running around slowly, just beating the shit out of people.
But it's just think about it, isn't it kind of crazy how 343 limits themselves like that?
Honestly,
for no reason?
I think that's
at
something
least with Bungie, it can be explained by the fact that by the fact that PvE and PvP are intertwined, but in Halo,
it doesn't make sense.
There's no connection.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for lore in Halo to work like that. Honestly, if anything, at this point, if you were to have anything lore based, you should have elites in there. You honestly should at this point, because right now, at
their logic about the lore for PvP, do you know what the lore is?
What?
The PvP is training exercises.
Yeah, see that? Yeah, that was the whole thing. Everything is a fucking simulation.
That's stupid, though.
It is 100%.
How the fuck are you gonna convince me that Griffball is fucking training, motherfucker?
I mean,
Explain to me 3 for 3.
at least in Bungie's world, fucking Crucible actually makes sense. You know? It makes sense because that's like you're dying and then you're being revived. It makes sense in that. You can't tell me a fucking bean the shit like it just I don't know, man. Like there's so many things that like they could have done better.
Explain to me 3 for 3 how using a golf ball and a golf stick, a golf club, to kill your enemies in your multiplayer is training.
Easy. Utilizing the tools around you in the surrounding area to your advantage.
Where am I gonna find that on a Halo ring?
Honestly, though, how are you gonna find that on a fucking Halo ring? Oh my god. I'm just thinking here, just like, what the fuck? But I think
It's just like I love Halo, right? But it's just like the idea of a developer limiting themselves to that is ridiculous. And like, I guess the complaint could be made that, oh well, elites would have bigger hitboxes. That never stopped Bungie before. Players didn't care that they had bigger hitboxes.
yeah.
Players just had fun because it was cosmetically cool to play a fucking elite.
And people would make fun of, and it was like it was also another form of bullying.
Basically.
Hey, just always remember, if you fucking had your preference as elite, you were considered lower class in the eyes of Reach players. I'm just saying that right now as a PSA. If you do that, that's what you're considered. For us, all players are equal in Reach if you're an elite player. I just find that hilarious that's like, if you play elite, you're a fucking, like, heathen. I'm like, okay. It makes no sense, but sure.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I still think the one thing that they could have done is, again, just you need to bring in elite. Like, they can bring in elites. They can easily bring in elites. Like, you want lore? Fucking easy way of lore. Hey, guess what? Now your fucking AIs are starting to attack. You gotta deal with, like, you gotta team up. Have the fucking Sangalis come in. Go for it. That's fine.
Now you see, Toxic, that's too easy.
Why can't the easiest things be the ones that they go with? The fucking Occam's razor, dude.
Too easy and too smart.
That's like the whole Savathun thing. It's just like, like people have been like, oh, Takeo 3 is a fake. Like, no, Takeo 3 is just a shitty fucking fire team leader. Because I still remember seeing fucking what's it called? Like conspiracy theories that Savathun, like Savathun's song is essentially like Takeo 3 is just baiting us in. And it's like, that's how it gets stuck in our head. It's like, no, fucking Takeo 3 just sucks at being a fire team leader. Simple as that.
Yeah, basically.
It's like, it's Occam's razor. She sucked. See that fucking 9 people, they all died. Including her.
Yeah.
The gap between us. Yeah, I think that's the best thing is that it's just like, Saf over here is just like, this is fucking dumb, and I'm just like, why the fuck are you guys this stupid?
I'm so tired of decisions where it's just done purely because it's so obvious that 3 for 3 just doesn't want to do it. Because 3 for 3 throws out these excuses, but I'm like, these excuses don't work. 3 for 3. Like, no one fucking cares about multiplayer being part of the lore. No one fucking cares about bigger hitboxes playing as an elite. If someone makes a decision to play an elite, they know what they're signing up for.
Yeah, it's like, that's their funeral. I think the funniest thing is that literally, again, Occam's razor, they could say, we don't have the perfect models for it. That's all. We couldn't code it in properly. It would break the game. I would not be surprised if
I would call bullshit on that. If they're that incompetent, that's bad. Because if a 2011 game can do it, your fucking 2021 game can do it.
I mean, have you seen Craig?
Yeah.
Craig the Brute.
Yes, I've met Craig.
I think everyone has met Craig. Fucking love Craig. I hope they have that as an Easter egg. I really hope they do.
Oh, they said that they're going to have an Easter egg for Craig. They've already confirmed that.
Oh, good. Craig. Yay, Craig lives on. If you don't know what we're talking about, look up the original gameplay of Halo Infinite back in their, what was it? Was it E3 or their Xbox conference?
It was last year. It was last year's Xbox presentation. It wasn't E3 because E3 didn't happen last year.
Oh right, yeah, it was
It
canceled.
was their little stream thing that they did.
Yeah, and that was also with what was it? The that's where the Summer Games Fest started up too.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeff Keighley for that. That actually works really well, and I'm actually very happy they did it. Because honestly, like, you know, again, we have like Games Fest that leads into E3. That's just great. It's perfect.
Basically.
But do watch it. It's friggin' hilarious. You'll figure out who Craig is very quickly. Long story short, look at Brutes. That's it. Look at Brutes.
I don't understand how they like had a game like that. How they had everything textured like that and thought this will be good to ship.
I would not be surprised if they didn't think that people were going to scrutinize it that much. They were like, oh, Halo Infinite, type deal.
That
I would
doesn't
be
make
surprised.
sense to me either, because certain players are known for tearing the shit out of stuff like that.
That's true too. But again, who the fuck knows? We're not the developers. We don't have any idea of what the fuck they're thinking. But I'm still just very happy that we actually got that as, you know, as something of like a refinement, like, and also the armor pieces is just so nice.
The armor looks great. Like, I can't deny that
fucking
everything looks great now.
I am getting that samurai armor.
See how it looks in the campaign,
I mean,
but for now, everything looks great.
I mean, for me, regardless of if I can change shit in the campaign, I'm gonna keep it the same just for, you know, just for personal taste. And I want it to be like, okay, this is him. He has not changed anything. That's that. But I'm getting that fucking that samurai skin. That shit looked dope. It was great. And I think the interesting part is you
I
know,
think I'm just worried about the fact that it's going to be free-to-play multiplayer. Obviously, we already knew it was going to be free-to-play.
yeah.
But it doesn't change the fact that I am extremely worried about the fact that it is free-to-play.
For me, I feel like this is again a double-edged sword. Because multiplayer is essentially what brought, you know, Halo. I wouldn't say that's like the sole reason they brought it, because fucking the campaigns were amazing as well. But it's like that's what really brought it into limelight, and I think that's what's bringing a lot of games into the limelight is their multiplayer. And I think that's why, you know, you have it where Warzone is free to play. You have, you know, this is going free to play for its multiplayer. You have, you know, a lot of different games that are saying like, oh, we're going to have this story, but guess what? This is just going to be an add-on that's free. You know, you're not going to pay extra for it. Or you have it in the case of Battlefield where it's like, this is our main topic. We know that you guys enjoy this. This is going to be it. Which, you know, is kind of like understandable because, again, the best way to have that replayability is to use something that you can easily modify, you can easily add on to without really changing much of the aspect of it. And multiplayer is that thing. It is one of those things that, you know, you can have essentially just, you know,
literally just a level playing field, and you just add modules onto it. You change the angle, you change the stuff in it, but as long as you have the base stuff in there, it's, you still have that replayability. There's that replayability in there, which again is, a double-edged sword, because if your multiplayer is shit, then, well, you're not gonna have much hope. But if it's good, you're gonna have people coming back over and over again, and they'll be able to see all the other highlights. So for me, it's it's a good thing and also a bad thing, but I see it more as a good thing. And for me, like, regardless if it was free or not, I was still gonna buy it. That's right. Not
I mean, I plan on getting it. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, no.
It's just my problem is I'm worried about the multiplayer.
Thinking of like the cheating aspect, or what exactly?
I mean, there's that, because we've already seen how bad the cheating got with Destiny when it went free to play.
Okay, I will say one thing in regards to that. Yeah, 100%, that is definitely a good example. But I'm not going to, like, it is something to be cautious about, but because it is it is a different company, it may not be as bad as we think. Because we haven't really seen, like, has there been reports of, like, rampant cheating during Master Chief Collection?
Master Chief Collection isn't free to play.
Touche. But it's still just, you still have that, like, there has to be some cheaters in there.
There probably is. I've just not heard of it.
Yeah. I think that's also something that, we should talk about,
Is it good for games to go free to play? In terms of like multiplayer, because we've seen so much in terms of changes when it comes to games, where you have games where it's like,
I think it's fine for a game to go free to play, as long as they get good anti-cheat and they handle cheaters well.
Yeah.
I think my main problem is I'm worried about I'm worried about how they'll monetize everything.
I would not be surprised if it is through battle passes, because I feel like that is what they did. I like the fact that
That's the thing, right? Like, because it's free to play, like, it essentially nulls all arguments about whether or not they should do certain things or not, because they have the right to, because now they can find out ways to monetize it, because they're only selling the campaign to us.
Yeah, honestly, I feel
multiplayer, they get to monetize that how in different ways. I'm worried about like how far they'll go.
I mean, unless I think the only thing that could really fuck it up is if they have a system within like they had in Warzone with those cards.
Oh, with the stupid, yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst thing I could think of right now. Because
I'll be honest, like, I really love Warzone, I love playing it and all. I fucking hated the wreck cards.
I don't understand what the fuck those are for. Those are just that was like the
it was in order to control. It was done to control the weapons that you had access to in Warzone. And so if you wanted a special type of weapon, you had to get it from rec packs. But rec packs were so unreliable because it's completely RNG. And once you use the weapon up in Warzone, you could only ever use the base version after that, unless you got that extra cool edition in the packs.
It's just like it doesn't like that's like it's like this. That's the one negative thing I have about
pay to win. Like, they did a pay to win system with a paid game.
I mean, we haven't seen.
If they're willing to do that, I am insanely worried about what they'll be willing to do with a free to play game.
like if they, I would like honestly, I would not be surprised if they do it, but I know they won't. I know they won't do something like that because here's the thing: the rec packs that happened before. Why can't I think of it? Battlefront. That was before the whole Battlefront controversy, and I can guarantee you because after that huge thing, I have not seen any shooters have any pay to win guns like at all in the major titles. The smaller titles, those can be tossed up for grabs, because when you look at it, for example, Call of Duty. All the weapons that you can get for base are free. If you want to get them aesthetically changed, you buy a blueprint, but it's still the fact that you still have the weapon for free. You're not buying the weapon to, to get an upper edge. You are essentially just you're getting the weapon, so you are on an equal ground. It's just a change in cosmetics. And then we look over to, if we're looking at, Battlefield, there was, again, we can look at Battlefield 4, for example.
Yeah.
You don't get from the battle packs that you don't get guns, you get attachments. Or you get tags. You rarely get attachments. You get primarily tags or XP or, shit that you can, customize your crap with. And the attachments that you get, they're a little bit better, but they're not really that game-breaking, And so, when you look at it, it's like, they know that if they have something where it is a pay-to-win aspect in their loot boxes, they know that they're signing themselves up for failure. Because the amount of money that EA lost on that system in Battlefront 2 was a stark reminder for everyone that is not what you should do. The only reason why they got away with it in the beginning, for Warzone, was because it wasn't, it was before that.
Mm-hmm.
Gambling wasn't such a huge thing within console games. And that was the one thing about it. And so, looking at it, worst case scenario, and again, worst case scenario, they have it where it's all aesthetics, and possibly cool, unique armor pieces. But I have a very, very high doubt that they would do anything that egregious. And it's just and I'm really hoping that they fucking do not, because that is their one way of fucking just throwing all their work down the shitter if they do that. Because again, look at Battlefront 2. Battlefront 2 is a decent game. I played a little bit of it, but it could have been better if you never had those battle packs. You didn't have those cards in there. There was no pay to win element. You would have been fine. But here you are, stuck in the rut, because guess what? It's a good game, but you fucked yourself because of those battle packs. No one fucking wants to touch something where battle packs were a part of it,
Well, here's the thing, right?
They got rid of it, yeah.
Battlefront 2, right? Yeah, they got rid of it. But my problem with it was, even before they got rid of it, Battlefront 2 wasn't a very good game. There was a makings of a good game, but all of it was hidden behind progression.
That is true.
Progression that would take you, before they changed it, and this was during beta, right? Or early access, I mean.
It didn't take you weeks.
People got early access. It would take you 40 hours to unlock a single hero or villain.
Not only that, you were limited too. You were limited.
Now, eventually, they changed that on release so that it would be a lot less time to unlock one, because you earned more currency, and they lowered the cost of them, so you would be able to get them faster. But the real fixing point was when they just made them free. They took the cost off of all the heroes and villains and ships, and it made it so that everyone could just access them. That was the real change that changed everything, because that's when you could start focusing progress on the different classes instead of having to worry about, okay, I need to play the class I'm best at to be able to get the most kills and get the most credits out of this, to be able to buy so-and-so hero, to be able to continue with that, and so-and-so. It allowed for more freedom of progression because you no longer had to worry.
Yeah. It's just, you know.
But it wasn't until they did that the game really became good, because here's the thing, right? And this is kind of a weird this is a weird thing to think about.
Mm-hmm.
The game was shit before the Last Jedi update.
That's weird.
Isn't that weird?
That's
how the
weird.
Last Jedi movie, which is bad, managed to make the game better.
It's always interesting when you really look at it, you know? Speaking of bad movies, I'm just now thinking of the fucking sequel trilogy and how they kind of butchered it. Oh, God.
That's an entirely different conversation, though.
That is, honestly, if we were to add that in, we would be up until fucking 1. Like, to give you guys an idea right now, it is almost 10 my time. He is 2 hours behind me. But it is 10 p.m. right now. And I can guarantee you we can rant about the fucking entirety of why fucking the sequels are complete crap. For a good 3 hours. No problem. But
I could do the exact same for Life is Strange, to be honest.
I have not played that game. I saw like the first episode,
It's
and
not worth it.
I was just like,
I'm
whatever.
gonna tell you exactly why. So I'm assuming you've played Telltales, right?
I have played
like Telltale's Walking Dead.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I've only played one episode, and it was the only good episode. It was the first one. That was it.
What? All of season 1 is good.
Did I play the fullest? Hold on. What? How does season 1 end?
With Lee. Season 1 was Lee.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. No, I finished the entire thing. My bad. I thought like the first episode was, what happened with Lee at the end. But, yeah, no, I finished up until that, and then I just never touched season 2 or season 3 after that. Or how many seasons are there now? There's way too many that I would want to have. It doesn't deserve. I feel like it doesn't deserve it.
It's definitely a lot.
I think the only other Telltale game that I will play is The Wolf Among Us. But
yeah, that's definitely a good one to play.
Because the thing is like I already knew how it ends, so it's kind of like ruined for me. But I still think like if you haven't watched Wolf Among Us or played Wolf Among Us, play it. It is really fucking good. It is, the storyline in that is really nice. It's really good. And as someone who enjoys like dark, gritty, noir type shit, this really fits into that. It's really good. 100% recommended that. And I think out of all the Telltale stuff, Wolf Among Us and Left I almost said Left 4 Dead episode 1. The Walking Dead season 1 are the only ones that are worth it. I haven't seen the fucking Batman one or the Minecraft one, but you know, those don't interest me. I don't really care for those. So there's that. But
bringing up that, so you know how like you have your choice, but like in the end, it kind of doesn't really matter since Lee has to die.
yeah.
Yeah, so I would argue it's worse in Life is Strange because with Walking Dead, at least you have a great journey.
Yeah.
In Life is Strange, that journey is fucking awful. I don't know why people like it. I don't know why people like Chloe, because Chloe is a fucking bitch who gaslights and blames shit on Max all the fucking time.
Okay, right. That was okay. Yeah, because I remember watching a playthrough of that, and I was struggling to fucking continue watching it. It was literally, I forget who it was. I was watching it through Gom's point of view. And holy shit, the amount of fucking comments that Gom made was fucking... The only reason why I watched it was because of the comments. It was hilarious. But outside of that, it was unbearable.
It's crazy because someone was trying to tell me that she's one of the most relatable characters, and I'm like, bitch, if you find Chloe relatable, you have some serious fucking issues,
bro. If you find Chloe relatable, damn, you're like. I was about to say you're like my ex, but I feel like that's an insult to my exes.
I understand that Chloe is a victim of abuse, but in no way does that excuse her behavior. In no way does that make it okay for her to gaslight and blame shit on Max all the time. In no way does that excuse her stealing a fucking gun and handling it wrong. In no way does that excuse her for all the garbage she pulls in the game.
Yeah. It's just like, no. Also, shout out to Saval Superior for following. Much appreciated.
I'm like, your time. I can't get into the idea of why people like Chloe when she's such a piece of shit.
If you are just joining us, we're ranting and talking shit about Chloe because she's a terribly written character.
And like another problem I have is just the fact that like the ending of the game is dumb because it's just, oh hey, yeah, your choices don't really matter. In fact, that very first choice you made in the game is the reason why you went on this journey, essentially. And by the way, now you have the choice to either undo that first choice you made, or say fuck it, and basically the entire town dies.
Yeah, wasn't it like essentially just like, oh yeah, if you don't save her, everything is normal. Yeah. But somehow, if you save her, a fucking storm just destroys the entirety of like Washington. Yeah. Like, it does not fucking make sense. Like, I understand the whole like aspect of a butterfly effect, but I don't think it's gonna be that dramatic.
Because it's not.
Like just the thought of it. Just like, hey, by the way, I saved you. Now
let's go ahead and talk about the fact that the time travel in the game doesn't make sense, by the way. Because the whole point of the game is that you can time travel, essentially, in Life is Strange. And you're reversing time, essentially, right? But the reversing time doesn't even make sense, because there's a scene where Chloe gets her foot stuck in the rails. But I'm like, how the fuck is your foot stuck in the rails? Your shoe is clearly not actually stuck in the rails. You're not wearing a shoe that has shoelaces. How is your shoe stuck? And why can't I just reverse time and prevent her from going in there? And why does Chloe think it's a good fucking idea to use a gun that she has no idea how to use.
Hey, she did training. Bad plot writing and proofreading. Thank you, Seb, for essentially 90% of shitty fucking choreography, directing, or whatever you want to call it. Like,
I still just can't get over the fact that essentially what happens is like, oh, Max, thanks for saving me. Let me look at the 10-day forecast. Oh shit, there's a world-ending storm coming. What happened? Like, what?
Also, Chloe is very clearly, like, against Max as a character. And I don't mean this as a, like, exaggeration. I mean this as whenever you don't side with her,
she's very hostile,
she
isn't
gaslights you or blames you.
Yeah.
Like, in one of the very first decisions that you get with her is where you're in her house and you have to decide whether or not to go out and reveal yourself to the father, or you can just stay out in general and he'll burst in and find you in Chloe's room. Now, the father finds weed on the on Chloe's desk.
Yeah.
If, depending on the option you pick, Chloe can either blame you or get mad at you if you don't take the fall. Or, like, you can either, because there's 4 options here. You can take the blame yourself. She can blame you. You can just stay inside and it won't matter and she'll get mad at you. Or just don't really care. It's just, no matter what, though, there's no good option because it reveals the fact that the father's an asshole.
Well, I think that was the whole point of it, but still, there could have been.
And it's
better
like,
ways
oh,
to do it.
we're gonna set this up to, like, have sympathy points for Chloe, but then immediately take that away by having Chloe be a bitch to you.
Honestly, though, it just doesn't make sense half the time. Like, honestly, like,
And I can't understand Life is Strange. I don't know why Life is Strange got so popular, and the fact that people, you know what, like, I'm willing to bet
It's
the people
hipsters.
who like
Hipsters.
the people who like Chloe are the same people who thought Joker and Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad had a good relationship. You remember that bullshit?
Oh yeah, where it was essentially just like abuse victim and Stockholm
Where
syndrome.
people were on Twitter saying that they were relationship goals when Suicide Squad came out, but it's like, hello?
Alright.
Joker abuses her?
No?
The
Look.
fuck?
Look, the only time where that is condoned is if it's 2 consenting adults. That was not, there was no consent on either side. It just happened that no.
There's manipulation, there's abuse, there's just so much bullshit involved with it. I don't know how people got it into their heads that they were good.
No, do you know what that is? That's fucking people with daddy issues, okay? That's people with daddy issues. Alright?
Essentially.
Honestly. And even then, I have been with people who have that. It's not that bad! Like, they make it worse! Like, that's so much worse than, like, what the fuck happens? Like, the shit that happened to Harley would never happen. Like, if that were to happen in real life, Joker would be in jail for that. He would be catching a domestic so quick.
And, like, Joker in the comics is worse than you'll ever see in the movies.
I mean,
And
isn't he?
I don't know if you've ever, like, really looked at the comics. There was a time in the comics
I
where
know the one thing.
What?
I know of the one time where somebody did something bad after shooting said person, and long story short, something went in some place that never was supposed to be there. If you get my drift.
I'm talking about the time where he chained her up in a room of dead bodies and then fucking went through leaps and bounds to manipulate her into thinking that those were previously dead Harleys, then that she wasn't the original Harley, that he had manipulated other people into being his Harley Quinn beforehand, and then leaving her in that room with the dead bodies.
That man would be fucking killed on sight by me.
That is Joker in a nutshell.
Yeah, I still think, like, you know, that is, I think that's on par with what I was saying, what happened in The Killing Joke. If you know, if you can, I'm not going to say what happens in it, but if you have read The Killing Joke, or know of The Killing Joke, you know what I mean. Long story short, Batgirl became Oracle for a reason.
It's weird to me whenever I see people like say that like Joker and Harley are relationship goals, because I'm just like, no, just no.
Like, honestly though, like, again, I'm all for that kinky shit, but dude, no. If you expect me to do that, nah, you're finding someone else, man. I'm sorry, you're finding someone else. If you
And
think
you know,
that's
I
really...
think people say the same thing about like Poison Ivy and Harley in the Harley Quinn show. And you know, I would argue in the comics, yes. In the Harley Quinn show, fuck no.
No!
Are you fucking insane?
There's
A Harley Quinn show, like, as much as I love that cartoon, right? You're like, Poison Ivy got into a relationship with Kite Man, and then just led him on to think that they were going to get married, and then ended up just breaking up with him for Harley. But not even really breaking up with him. He had to find out that she slept with Harley through, I can't remember exactly how, but he found out she slept with Harley, and it's like the fucking most bullshit. How the fuck are you going to explain to me that Harley and Poison Ivy are a good relationship goals when there's that bullshit going on?
I'm going to tell you this right now.
You want
the
people... the comics? Go ahead. Yeah, they're good in the comics, but the fucking cartoon, fuck no.
No, in the cartoon, do you know who would say that? The people who you would not want to date. Because those are the people who would cheat on you. Just saying. Basically. Just saying. Here's the thing. If they say, oh, it's relationship goals, it's like, dude, I would rather have it where someone tells me straight up, like, oh, we're breaking up because I don't like you anymore and I've caught feelings for someone else. I will be fine with that rather than finding out the hard way.
Yeah.
Who are we chatting with? We are chatting with Sapphire, also known as Poke. Also known as the scrub who loves to 100% things.
Well.
I
haven't done that recently. Like, I was planning on doing it for Resident Evil 2, right? But I just haven't really done streams for that. That was supposed to be the whole idea behind the streams, right? The whole idea behind the streams would be that I would be a VTuber that would do challenge runs and completion.
Well, I would say he's like a completionist.
So I wouldn't say completionist.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be able to fucking live my life if I completed every game I played. But like, as far as stream content goes, that would be like what the whole thing would be: doing completions on stream and challenge runs.
Like, for me, normally I used to consider myself a completionist, but...
There are games that I will never complete, just purely out of, like, principle. And that principle is that if a game has a multiplayer, you're not going to get me to complete them. I'm never going to complete so many games because of that. As long as it doesn't have a multiplayer, I'm fine, and so long as it doesn't have aspects that basically require me to either break the game or recruit others in order to do it, it should be fine.
Unless
What
it's
I'm worried
Destiny.
about is like Dark Souls, because Dark Souls requires a lot of fucking gymnastics to be able to do it. I think it requires invading for some of them,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of iffy.
Honestly, if anything, I would just like. For me, the only time I would ever be completionist would be on like single player games.
Here's the thing, right? I wanted to complete Outriders, but then Outriders turned out to be shit.
I can guarantee you right now, unless
I
they come out.
genuinely wanted to because I was having fun with the game, but then it just all went to shit.
Yeah, I think the one thing is that I hate this so much. I hate this so much that that essentially it's just, you look at it where it's, oh hey, by the way, you have essentially like a ton of like set things, and like if it's Fallout, fucking yes, I'm doing it. I'm doing everything, 100%. It's all done. I'm set, 100%. Also, thanks Sev for becoming a hazard. Much appreciated, my dude. You also get some dope ass emotes or emote at this point, but you get my point. You get dope emote. But anyway, back to what I was saying. Is that if it is essentially a one thing, right? Like if it is a single player game, awesome. I'm fine with that. If there's a co-op aspect of it, cool. I mean, like, great. But it has to be something that I enjoy a fuck ton. Like, Destiny 2, it's multiplayer. I need to be always online. I don't care. I'll do it.
It is physically impossible to complete Destiny 2, though.
You're not wrong. Actually,
And I hate that it's physically impossible.
wait, why would you say it's physically impossible? Because I'm thinking about it. It's like,
Because there's a lot of content that was removed that we can no longer get those triumphs, Toxic.
all right, I got those tribes. I forgot about that.
Yeah, but there's definitely triumphs from that old content that you didn't get.
That's true. That's true.
And therefore, the game will never be completable for either of us.
Yeah. I mean, on my hunter, it's been completed. On my other characters, God, no. That was always the one thing. Always the one thing that I always did was when it comes to Destiny. When I have a character choice, I'm gonna fucking stick with my main. My main's gonna do everything.
I don't think I've ever seen a company be so okay with removing content. Like, obviously companies are okay with like events going away and stuff, and like there's nothing you can really do about that because it's events. It's meant to be a timely thing to spice up for a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But it's so weird to think that like no one will experience the Red War. No one will experience Curse of Osiris or Warmind.
I think we're saving them a lot of suffering
And
from
You
Curse of
may
Osiris.
think so, but the reality is the Red War is a fairly big plot point.
Oh
in the
no,
current-
100%, 100%. The fact of the matter is, where New Light begins is essentially what, like 2-3 years after Red War, and you hear
New Light is a bad experience because not
Barely.
only does it begin after, not only does it begin after Red War, it begins after Shadowkeep.
yeah, like
The New Light questline is set basically at the beginning of Beyond Light.
that
Which is weird considering New Lights, if they buy Forsaken, can then go through Forsaken and Shadowkeep. And it's a confusing experience because it's like, oh, you start Forsaken and you're like, oh, this Cade guy is really cool.
dead.
And then 15 minutes later, it's like, oh.
That was like the only thing about it. Like, it's like, oh man, Cade's great. Well, shit, he's died. Time to pour one out.
You know what? In regards to Forsaken, I think
Ooh.
like the one thing that pissed me off about it was the fact that they advertised Cade's death.
Well, here's the thing, though. That was the whole point of it.
I get it. I get that. I really do. It's really hard to like advertise an expansion without spoiling that when it's literally the main plot point. That doesn't change the fact that it kind of sucks to have that spoiled in a trailer.
Dude, I still remember when we first reacted to that on fucking, what was it, E3 2016? No. It was 2018, I think, right?
Yeah, it would have been 18.
2018. I forget what it was. I think were we all in a group? We were all in a call, I think, right?
I think we are, yeah.
Yeah, all of us were like, we're fucking going to war. I think that was like the one thing where every single fucking Destiny 2 player was just like, someone dying today.
Yeah.
I left the fuck out of Destiny after that. I mean, honestly, as long as you play through Forsaken and then nope the fuck out, I'm fine with that. Because the whole thing after like the whole thing of Forsaken was fucking amazing. I still think so. Like, out of all the years within Destiny's history, the Forsaken year, best year of all time. And I feel like a lot of people would agree with that because one,
I think unless there's only one thing keeping me playing the game and that one thing like stops existing in said game, I'll probably never abandon that game. So as far as
100%.
Destiny goes, Cade was not what was keeping me playing.
I mean, that
Cade
motivated
dying
me.
hurt. Cade dying really hurt, right? Because he was essentially the most interesting character
I mean,
at the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like at the time.
And
now
then
it's-
when he died, it was like a gut punch because it's like, holy shit, I actually really like this character. I'm gonna fucking punch this motherfucker.
punches pointed lightly.
I'm gonna fucking break this motherfucker.
It's like we're going on a murder spree, and I don't care who's dying
But
unless it's that guy.
It was never a breaking, like, it was never a sale breaking point for me, right?
Oh yeah.
I think there's an interesting aspect because apparently World of Warcraft is an example I want to bring up. I've never played it, but as far as I'm aware, one of the few things keeping people playing the story is a character named Anduin.
Yep.
Or Alduin, or
Alduin.
whatever his name is.
I think it was Alduin.
But a lot of people have said that if he dies, they'll just stop playing the game because he's basically the only good thing about it. At this point.
Yeah, no, he's a huge factor in the story, and it's like, and it's like, you know, with if he's killed off, it's like there has to be someone set up that can take his place easily.
And I think the bigger problem though is the fact that, as far as I'm aware, I don't know what's going on in that story. All I know is that like Sylvanas is apparently dumb. And not dumb in the sense of like, oh, she's stupid in her actions. She's stupid in the sense that like, where do we draw the line in power creep for this character?
Yeah, no, she is just stupidly OP for no fucking reason. It's funny because it's like essentially every time you see Sylvanas come back, it's just like, yeah, I got new powers. Like, how?
The only thing I know about Sylvanas comes from like the cutscene. It comes from the cinematics that Blizzard releases.
I mean, it's kind of accurate.
And so, like, I remember seeing the Wrath of the Lich King. Said not the Wrath of the Lich King, but like, you know, the Bolvar thing.
Yeah.
In Shadowlands, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting. And then the guy doesn't land a single hit on her, basically.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm like, but wait, isn't the Lich King supposed to be like super powerful?
Yeah.
And then she just kind of like destroys him.
I don't know if they've changed it, but essentially the Lich King was the most powerful being.
Well, I know,
within the
like,
world of World of
Bolvar was
Warcraft.
apparently supposed to be weaker than the previous one, Arthas,
Yeah, yeah.
but like, it's still weird to think that the Lich King would like go down like a bitch.
It's still it's like
Especially when, as far as I'm aware, the player base has been begging Blizzard to bring back the Lich King.
honestly
I
though.
feel like that's a slap to the face in a very weird way.
That was a
It's
good
just like your
fucking
player base has been begging you to
expansion.
bring this character back. And the moment you do, you just throw him to the wayside.
Yeah, honestly, it was bad. It was so bad. I think the one thing that I'll always say, and this is something that is, it always pains me to say. It's like I'm glad that I am out of World of Warcraft, because like after seeing
You
where
need
it's,
to get into Final Fantasy.
like at that point I was slowly moving away from RPGs, and like that was one of the few, is that and RuneScape. Those were the two RPGs I was still playing at that time. Mm-hmm. And I started to slowly stop, and then I switched. Then that's when I got my what's it called? Then I started to get hooked on to FPSs, and the rest is history.
Mm.
I still can't believe that, like, because looking back at it, like, there was a chance that I actually could have gone professional in fucking playing games. I could have been one of the fucking founding fathers, so to speak, founding adults.
Yeah.
Because this was way, like, this was just as, you know, Optic and Phase started to come up. This was when, you know, Pro League was just starting to become like more of like, maybe this is actually a thing rather than underground.
Yeah.
And so, if only I stuck with it. But it's like, whatever. At that point, it was just like, you know, I it hurts. It hurts to see, like, you know, how everything changed because of this. The fact of like, oh yeah, this is if you were like born like a year or two later, you would have been doing something different. You would have been You would have been a pro. But, you know. But that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. But I think one thing is that it's just like with that we just see how so many games have changed, because like back when we were younger, when we were fucking kids, it was essentially the popular game was, you know, RPGs, you know, stuff like Dungeons and Dragons was a huge thing at the time, and I mean, like, it was, you know, that was like the pinnacle of nerd. It's like, oh, you played video games, or you do that, all that Dungeons and Dragons. And then
I think, as far as Dungeons and Dragons goes, I never knew a single person in my life that played Dungeons and Dragons until basically I got into PC gaming.
Oh, 100%. It was like, the one thing is that the only time that I met people who played Dungeons and Dragons was when I was playing, like, on PC. After I switched over to Xbox, I never saw anybody who would ever be considered a Dungeons and Dragons player at all. It was hilarious, but it was like, it was true. That was kind of the whole thing about it. But I think the one thing that I do say though is that I'm glad that now, you know, back then is now kind of becoming the new norm. You know, because it's like we're looking at this, it's like, oh yeah, now instead of having it be like, you know, a small little company, like, you know, small little quote unquote cult following, it's now become something that is, you know, you can live off of. You know, you can become professional in it. You can become an influencer through it. And I think that's, you know, that's always a good thing. You know, you have that whole, the whole full thing. And I really wish I had water, because honestly, I am thirsty. Sorry, Sev, I don't have water on me right now, but I will take a swig before this. But you know, it's always I always like the fact that now we are kind of getting to that point where we're in. I wouldn't say we're in the Renaissance era of gaming, but we kind of are at like the I would say the nearing the end of the Renaissance era, because you know over the last 10 years we've had like a shit ton of new game ideas, game IPs. They came out all with unique set points. You know, you got city builders, you have like, you know, your tactical shooters, you got like Siege-esque or CS:GO like or Overwatch type. Well, technically I would say TF2 type, but you know, you have all these now different like options and all that, and I think it's good. No, yeah, and you got stuff like No Man's Sky. You got stuff like Star Citizen. You got stuff. Okay, well, we won't.
Let's not talk about Star
We're
Citizen.
not going to talk about that.
We're not going to talk about that.
Elite Dangerous. Let's go with Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous is more refined. That's better.
What's the? I might be wrong.
Of
Was
what?
it not? What was the game that released an expansion recently that did really badly?
I would not be surprised if it's Elite Dangerous.
It was Elite Dangerous because it was the Odyssey DLC.
Yep, Odyssey DLC was shit. Because like half the shit that they promised was fucking.
No Man's Sky made a crazy comeback though. Like they fucking that game released terribly, and then the developers stuck with it so much and kept updating it, and just turned it into an entirely different game essentially.
And I think, but that's the thing that I liked about it, is that after they essentially got through the pressure of releasing the game, they didn't have that pressure anymore. So, it's not, at that point, it's not, oh, they need to fucking do this because they have to. It's, they still want to play it. Like, they still want to develop it because they want to make it the game that they wanted to. And here we are.
Danger topic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Heaven. I'm assuming that's in reference to Star System, but yeah.
You mean Scam Citizen? Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Biggest fucking scam.
Look, there's only like obviously like Scam Citizen. I'm not gonna like go into it a whole lot, but just as reference for like why for people who may not know, like why it is that like we're giving Star Citizen so much crap.
You can buy a car or a ship in the computer game.
Yeah, you can buy stuff for like in game with real money, and like I'm pretty sure that you have to buy stuff in game, or in order to be able to do stuff. I think.
There's a buy-in,
but the problem is that it costs so much.
Like essentially, the whole thing is like, oh, if you buy this, you're supporting it, and as a gift, you get this. And there's fucking cruisers that are like $10,000, $15,000. There's even ones that are like $50,000 to $100,000.
Yeah.
There is no reason why my fucking goddamn life's earning is worth as much as a fucking ship. Fuck you with that bullshit, bro. Like, I am not like.
Yeah, it's like I'm sorry, the Star Citizen developer. I'm not spending money to get like that stuff. Like, there is ships that cost like $10,000. There's ships that cost $100, $125, $1,000. It's ridiculous.
It's a joke.
And this game still isn't out of early access. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, it's not even out of beta. Early access is a fucking joke. It's not even out of beta. Like, look, I'm gonna be completely honest. The initial concept, I fucking was like, okay, I want to see where this is going. Now where it is, it's just like, I want to see this fucking die. I honestly do. Because
when I first found out about Star Citizen, I got really fucking excited.
Same.
And then it never came out of early access, and it just got worse as the time went on in monetization. And all of a sudden I realized this is not a game. This is a scam.
Oh yeah, no. There's
no way you can convince me that paying real money in order to be able to do things in a game
I still think
Like, in base game, by the way, if this was like DLC where you had to pay like $30 to buy a DLC or something, fine, whatever. I'll fork over the $30 as long as it's worth the $30, right? I'm not paying 120 to like 10K for a fucking ship.
honestly though. But I think, and this is always the funniest thing. And this is always going to be the funniest thing to me. There's the fucking Ant Simulator fucking story, and it's so good. If you don't know what the Ant Simulator story is that there was actually a group of 3 people who were working on a game called Ant Simulator. They did a Kickstarter, and and after they did that Kickstarter, I think it was like 2 to 3 months later, they decided to cancel it. Like they I think they shut it down or something, or so I forget what the fuck it was actually. But then we found out that they fucking 2 of the guys who was doing the development fucking stole the money and blew it on fucking hookers and drugs. They blew it on hookers and drugs and clubs. It was the funniest fucking shit that I have ever heard of, because you never expect someone to scam you and literally be that fucking blatant with it.
It makes me think of the Dream World MMO.
Hold on, let me actually pull up the story. Yeah, here we go.
Okay, well, while you do that, have you heard of Dream World?
No, actually I haven't.
Oh boy, do I have a story for you.
Oh, okay, here we go. I found it. Okay, so Ant Simulator, a game that raised money through crowdfunding, has allegedly been canceled because it's all of them. All of the company leaders had fucking spent money on liquor, restaurants, and strippers instead of using it to finish the game.
Christ.
ETSki raised money for a PC game on Steam and PlayStation 4 console game. The fundraising page on ETSki is no longer there. Description of the game is still available on the website, but there are YouTube videos that describe its progress. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. So here we go. This is gonna be the worst video I ever had to make. Terry Shinsky said. Ant Simulator is going to be canceled. I can't work on Ant Simulator anymore. I recently found out my ex-business partners were secretly stealing company money. They had secretly spent the overwhelming majority of both our Kickstarter money and the Ant Simulator investment money on liquor, restaurants, bars, and even strippers. This is the reason that it's become exceedingly clear to me that I cannot have my career associated with these guys.
God damn.
He said that his ex-partner said if Terry Shinsky released Ant Simulator without them, they would sue. He said he trusted them, signed a partnership agreement with them, and he'd been friends with them for 11 years. He didn't specifically name the partners, but only 2 leaders are listed on the company's website.
God damn.
Oh. Oh my god. I still think this is the funniest fucking thing, but I feel so bad for Terry Shinsky. I feel so bad for him because he was stuck with these fucking chuckle fucks. But it's still the fact that they were just blatantly, like, this guy was just like, I found out why. We're canceling the game. Why? Because 2 of these assholes fucking burned all our money on hookers and blow. Just the thought of that. You just, like, I feel bad for the guy, but it's just how comedic it was at the time. Where he's just like, yeah, if this is canceled, I'm resigning. Because fucking these assholes don't know how to use money properly.
God damn.
Oh my God. Embezzlement? That is putting it lightly. That is fucking...
embezzlement is one thing, but like, if you guys don't know what embezzlement is, essentially it is using company funds for, personal use. This is yeah. Like, Tarasinski was like, really, really huge. Like, he really wanted this game to succeed. But here we go. That's what happened. But yeah, what was the story that you were talking about? The dream...
So there's a game called Dream World. It is...
This sounds like
game
a scam.
that got started on Kickstarter. Right off the bat, you can tell it's going to be a great story, huh?
Now you know. Now you know, yeah.
So, it raised $64K. And that's not that much money for like an MMO. If you're gonna make an MMORPG, you need a lot more, right?
Oh yeah, you would need a lot more.
But for whatever reason, their goal was fairly low, and that should have told you right off the bat it's a scam.
Yeah.
The other thing that should have told you that told these people that it was a scam was that in the trailer, everything that's used is from asset packs.
Mm-hmm.
Default assets from Unreal Engine are in there. Default asset characters are in the trailer. The frame rate in the trailer is inconsistent.
That's funny. That is.
On top of the fact that in the trailer, the main developer tries to pull a bullshit pity story. And I'm not talking about I'm going to tell a story. He goes on about how his fiance left him. How his friends left him.
What? No, you can't tell me that this motherfucker was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Hey. Oh my God.
And I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything?
It doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. Oh my God.
And they managed to get 64K raised, and he released the alpha to people. He got it out to them on time, surprisingly.
And that's all she wrote.
And people played the alpha, and holy fuck, was it nothing like what they were advertising? Textures that were in the trailer were missing. There were placeholders in areas that were very clearly done in the trailer. The game's frame rate was not doing that well. There's a feature in-game that is incredibly abusable that if the game were to actually go live, it would be the worst possible feature you could ever want in an MMO. And that feature is that you can summon your own assets. And someone tested this, because here's the reason why that's bad. You can summon them, and theoretically, those assets would never despawn.
Yep. So you can break a game by
so
overloading the system.
This guy spawned a bunch of a single asset, and it crashed the game.
Yep. That makes sense.
Now, theoretically, if this were to be done on a live server, it would just constantly crash people's games.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, it would crash the server itself.
Mm-hmm. It became very apparent to everyone who had pledged that this was a fucking scam.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it should have been apparent beforehand. Oh, and by the way, the music they used in the trailer is unlicensed.
That's funny. That's funny as fuck. It's always funny. I still remember there was that one fucking news article that happened where it was like, a poor, like a homeless person gave money to
Critical actually has a video on this, by the way. I'll link it to you so you can watch Critical.
Oh yeah. Well, shoot me the link. But there was like a huge story that would, like, I think everyone on, like, if you watch TV or something, it was reported on. And essentially what it was like a homeless, like, here's the preface. Essentially, a couple was running out of gas. A homeless person gave him $20 to go get gas to fill up.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, oh, he's so nice. Let's make a crowdfunding. It goes really well. They I think it was like 50,000 or 5,000. Fucking hit 300K, easy, something around there. Then, this is where shit got interesting. People were like, oh, how are they doing? And, like, the dude's still fucking poor. What the fuck's going on? And so they go talk to the couple. And the couple's like, well, you know, it's, even though it's under the name, we're just trying to get it through. Later we find out, oh, hey, by the way, it's not that. It's the fact that he doesn't have access to the fucking money. It's like, and what the fuck's going on? Go back to the couple. It's like, oh, we don't want him to, like, burn it off on booze and all that. So it's like, we're making sure. Then, we find out the fucking couple was fucking using that money to buy new cars, to go on vacations, and do all that shit. And so, then, the homeless guy sues the couple. And then, we find out in court that the whole thing was fucking matched up so both sides can get fucking money, but the homeless guy got screwed from the couple. Now they're all in jail. Or something around there.
Christ.
I wish I was making this up. And it was such a fuck. It went from 0 to 100 in, like, literally 2 days. I wish I was lying when I said it was fast acceleration. Like, hold on. Let me actually see if I can pull it up. GoFund.
Yeah.
GoFund.
Oh, you know, actually, a funny thing about the whole Dreamworld thing? His fiance made a video about it. Or his ex-fiance made a video regarding it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this right now. New Jersey woman pleads guilty in homeless GoFundMe hoax, faces 4 years in state prison. She pled guilty. And then let's see here. Yep. Alright. And then also, the homeless guy also pleaded guilty. He is spending time. And he can also go to jail. And, oh my god. This is a fucking... I'm gonna tell you... Oh, my bad. It wasn't 300,000. It was 400K!
That seems about right.
Yep. Woman and homeless man plead guilty in 400,000 GoFundMe scam.
Goddamn. But the Dreamworld thing doesn't stop there because, like, there's a whole other segment to it. Like, his wife, or not his wife, his ex-fiance, made a video regarding to it and explained exactly why she left him, which basically had nothing to do with Dreamworld, like the guy pretended it did. You know why?
Why?
She left him? Because it's a bit of a story, but I'll
Oh wait,
down a bit.
Was this the one who was cheating on her?
I don't believe so. No.
I know there was one. There was one
Bought
developer
her an engagement ring. Mm-hmm. Told her it was diamond, and then when I forget, someone told her it was fake, or I think it was someone at like the jewelry store that told her it was fake. Mm-hmm. I think it was one of her friends, and then she went to the jewelry store, and they told her it was fake, and that it wasn't a diamond, and it was a fairly cheap ring, and so she confronted him about it, and apparently he continued lying and even gaslit her. And it got to a point where like the relationship was deteriorating because of his lies and gaslighting.
Yeah.
And the guy is out on his video acting as if Dreamworld is the reason why. As if the pandemic and Dreamworld were the reason why she left him. When it's really just him being an asshole.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
Also, he has a friend in the trailer, by the way, that talks about how he left, I think, Google, Apple, and Facebook in order to work on the game. And Critical had a funny reaction to that, where he's just like, why?
Yeah, honestly,
No one asked
why?
you to leave your job. Why?
No, honestly, though, why, though?
It's like you had a perfectly stable job. Why would you leave to join this game that might not even be stable?
There's like, see, the one thing that I just never understand, and I think that I just do not get, is that, like, I understand when people like, I want to go and make like a, like a game. If you have a stable job, do it as a side hustle. Honestly, like, just do it as a side hustle. Like, I know people who are like have the passion to do it. It's like, do it as a side hustle. Worst case scenario, it does not work out, but you still have your other job. If you can,
Honestly, I think the problem is that like it is very clearly a scam, considering the development team he claimed to have was basically only him and like one or two others.
yeah.
And I'm like, nah, you're not going to convince me that so few people are going to make an MMO.
You love your job as a security guard? Yeah, so interesting thing is that time to go into what I do for work, because holy fucking shit, there's so many dumb shit in this fucking where I do that it's always hilarious. So I am a information specialist for a credit union. And so, essentially, what I am is that I am a fancy version of a call center guy. Customer service. Fucking fantastic. So, I had one guy call in. We're going to call him Abe. And so, Abe called in because he was like, yo, my shit's negative. And I'm like, okay. We can see what's going on. And so, I went through his information. Because, that's what we have to do. We have to provide the stuff. And we were able to see what was going on. And so, and this is also the time that I had a... Where am I from? I am from New England. And we'll leave it at that. But, it's the fact that, we have to look at that stuff. Oh, you're from Palestine? Nice. Palestine, Jerusalem? Oh. Well, it's nice of you to join us, where I am talking about random stuff. It's great. But, back to what was going on. And so, I look into his stuff. And I'm looking in and I'm seeing that he has a subscription to OnlyFans. And I'm like, okay, well, let's see what we can do. And I was new at this time. Called into my TL. Wonderful person. And I'm just like, alright, what am I supposed to tell this person? Because I've never dealt with this before. So what do I do? And he's like, okay, let's see what it is. And looks in, and it's like, oh! Okay. So, what is Abe asking? It's like, okay, he's asking why his stuff is negative. And I'm like, okay, then tell him in this case, tell him why his stuff is negative. Because
because there's certain things that prevent us from saying certain piece of information. And so, obviously, that's why I'm kind of being vague. And the only thing that I'm being specific on is the fact that it was OnlyFans. Because the funniest thing is that I was just like, okay, like, do I, like, how would I be able to kind of, like, tell Abe this? Because while I'm saying this normally, I was not saying this, like, at all. Like, I was friggin' laughing with my supervisor. Because of the fact that this guy was like, he wants this to be reversed? Okay. And so then I'm telling him, I'm like, I go back to Abe. Again, not his real name. I'm like, this is why you're negative. And he's just like, oh. Okay. I'm like, yeah, if you want this, like, reversed, I can definitely, like, get you in. And he's like, that's okay. And I'm like, oh, okay. Did you want any other help or anything of that sort? And he's like, no, I'm good, thank you. Alright, enjoy the rest of your day. And and the best thing is okay, and again, I was new. I had a mentor listening in. And after it hung up, I'm just like, alright, for fuck's sakes, what the fuck is this? And we just started laughing, like, in the middle of the actual, in the office. Because of just the fact of, like, I want to get this, like, reversed. It's like, no, you can't, dude. You freaking did this. Like, and apparently,
madman.
Well, here's the kicker, though. Apparently, the supervisor I was talking to had multiple calls where it's like, oh, because I did, like, this person, like, this accountant services, I want this to be funded. It's like, that's not how that works. And so I'm just over here. It's like, people do that. I guess people will call for that. And I'm just like, oh my god.
Goddamn, dude.
But hey,
Goddamn.
Hey, that accountant must be a very, very good accountant. All right. Just saying. Abe is paying his money there. Must be a great accountant. Speaking of accountants,
I don't understand why. Okay, we're gonna go back to Twitch itself because I'm still gonna be fucking pissed over this. In the span of a month, they made a new category because of hot tub streamers. Why is it they're that quick for that, but for anything else, they're just like, nah, we'll take our time.
To be fair, with the hot tub thing, they could, like people were, the whole thing with the hot tub thing, right, is that regardless of whether we like it or not, they had a delicate situation going on with the fact that, like,
they turned off Amaranth's advertisements.
Yeah, and so they handle it in the way that they probably thought would cause it to die down. And, there's been less complaints because of the fact that it's a category, so they made their stance clear. There's nothing people can really do because of it.
I'm kind of curious now. I'm very curious on this. Seeing how many people are, like, in hot... Wait, what?
It's probably, no.
It's like nothing.
No.
Filter by... Alright, no, not so... High to low, there we go. What the fuck? It's a... What?
Well, to be fair, it is, like, nighttime.
I'll say that would be the best time.
In, like, the U.S. I guess, yeah, actually, that would probably be the best. I don't know. I think it depends on people.
Hold on, I'm gonna actually look up to see if that is a thing. Like, what is it called? Pools or something?
Pools, hot tubs, and beaches.
Pools, hot tubs, and beaches?
That's a category name, man.
What the fuck? Oh wow. Okay, boom. There we go. I love it. Do you know what's number one?
Is it like something animal related? I'm betting.
It's a fucking otter. It's adorable. I love it. Oh. I fucking love it. I just enjoy the fact that it's just a cute otter. It's just a cute otter. Like, it is adorable little shit. I wish I could show you this. It is adorable as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It is so cute. It's just sleeping. It's so cute. This is what this needs. This is why Twitch made this. I understand now. Look at how adorable that is. And I think the best part is if you look at the title, it's like shameless ottering, thickest fur, hottest rescued e-otters. Number 1, cold tub. And it's just a cute little shit, just bloody. He's just sleeping. It's adorable. You just want to pet the river puppy. No, they're called the sea kitty. No. I forget what they're called. Because we know seals are sea puppies. But what are otters? River puppies? They're freaking adorable as shit, though.
I'm not sure.
But hey, I think we are in a good balance now. We have a cute little shit for that. Just the most adorable little thing. It's great. Honestly, I feel like they should make an animal section. I'm just saying. You need to make an animal section. So many zoos are starting to get on Twitch. I feel like they should make an animal section. Or a nature section. Where you can show off gardening and stuff. You know? Because, I mean, hey. You got hot tubs and pools. Why not gardens? Why not nature? Come on, I'm giving great ideas here.
Yeet.
I'm just saying it's easier for companies to use a service that, they don't have to set up than making and hosting their own website. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah.
Like, you can just embed that into your website and just, you're saying.
I mean, yeah.
But I think the interesting part is that we have literally... yeah, well, also, welcome to HZRDCast, where essentially the longest times that we go, we don't even talk about games at this point.
Basically.
We have started, and I kid you not, we have started from E3 to...
Here's the thing, we would have talked more about E3 if E3 actually had stuff.
Well, I would say...
Nothing has come out of E3 out except for, like, the Microsoft Bethesda conference and Guardians of the Galaxy from Square Enix's stuff.
Oh, I completely forgot Square Enix had one right after. The only one that I cared about was Xboxes.
And the PC gaming show was fucking boring.
I don't even remember half of it.
I was falling asleep during that fucking show, the PC gaming one.
Oh yeah. I think
I
the
was
one.
like, holy hell, this is so boring.
But I think because we're literally we're hitting the 4 hour mark. I think out of everything, kind of just to finish off the podcast. What would what would you say out of all the games that have been announced, either through Game Fest, E3, or anything within the year? What are you most you know excited for?
Oh, okay, so we're including Game Fest?
Yes, we're including Game Fest because again, a lot of the games that that
I'm gonna say Elden Ring.
yeah, I
Because
honestly
look, I'm interested in Halo, but it's impossible for me to be excited for it, considering Halo 5 story. And then I've got to be really fucking honest. I don't like that they spoiled us in the Infinite gameplay campaign snippet that we got.
yeah, that was a fucking kick in the teeth.
I really don't like that they spoiled that. I know it's probably meant to mislead it, but the fact that that moment was spoiled,
That was just like that was
I just
unnecessary.
like,
Uh,
how are you gonna kill how are you gonna kill your momentum like that? Like, I just,
like honestly, out of everything that they could have done, is that they had it where it's just like it sounded clear at the last second, and then boom, change it to PvP or multiplayer. I would have been fine with that because we would still have no fucking clue. But that whole shit, like, it was unnecessary.
it's like, again, I get it. It's probably meant to mislead us,
Yeah,
but it's like, how am I supposed to care about it misleading us if I had no build up to it and I know this moment's going to happen in the game before I've even played it now?
honestly. But it's like that part, and like honestly, for me, I am more excited about Battlefield, primarily because of the fact of one, we are moving away from World War I or World War II, and we're going, into like the future of it. Because I think the one thing is that I, as much as I enjoy, enjoyed the short amount of time that I played in Battlefield 1, and scaring the shit out of you with my flying, which was hilarious, by the way. Was it you or was it Red? I forget who it was, but I remember scaring one of you guys because I was like, let's go through the tunnel, let's go through the arch with a fucking huge ass plane. But anyway,
It might have been me.
it might have been you. I wouldn't be surprised if it was you. It's just half the time we would live, half the time we would die. But anyway, even though like I did enjoy it, when you really go down to it, essentially the only thing that I really enjoyed of it was just the vehicles. The gunplay was I really didn't like the way that they felt, and then playing through Battlefield 5 was a fucking shit. It's a shit show. And not only that, also just the thought, like, playing through just it normally when I wasn't having an issue, the guns just didn't feel good. Like, it didn't feel, like, exciting. It didn't feel tense. It was just like, oh, I'm, shooting out in the middle of the fucking area. Great. And, like, the planes, and there was no cars in sight. There was no backup or anything. And so, when I heard like, oh, there's the possibility of a new one, I was skeptical. But then when I saw it, was like, oh, it's 2042. I was like, oh, are we going back to this? Are we going back to the modern era? Because as much as I wanted a 2142, and it's like, it's just still the fact that I still feel like. And I think this is now becoming a trend for it. Because we can look at, we can look back also at Call of Duty,
they essentially went back to the original formula. Essentially, what brought them up to where they were. Like with Modern War, like Infinity War went back from their high tech Infinity Warfare, to back to essentially doing a remake of Modern Warfare.
Yeah.
And it was great. Like, I loved the story of it, although, there were some pieces that were just, like, really, like, kind of hyperbolic, so to speak. But it was still the fact of, like, it felt like, like the original, It felt good. There was a lot of stuff that, like, people saw as controversial, which is always interesting to me. When, like, you cause that. And then, again, you see with the next episode, you got freaking Cold War. Essentially just a sequel to the OG Black Ops. Like, it was still pretty good. I enjoyed it. I think it was great. And so, you see, like, those being, like, success stories. And then, you see this coming up. I wouldn't be surprised if more people come back to Battlefield because of this. Granted, you don't get a storyline, even though the storylines were like, eh. Like, if I remember correctly, essentially it was like in Battlefield 3, you stop like a Russian from blowing up like a nuclear bomb in New York.
Basically.
And then I think in like the, what's it called? In 4, you stop China from invading like Korea or something? Or San Francisco? One of the, like something on the Pacific Ocean. I know that. But it was still the fact that it was fun, and then also the fact that in their reveal trailer, they fucking showed off, like, yes, we understand that this is supposed to be gritty, but we know you guys don't give a shit about that. We do dumb shit here too, and we will accept this. We understand that this is what you guys do, and we love it. And we immortalize it. Like, I still remember watching Stun Gravy, the original guy who did the Rendazook, in Battlefield 3, fucking see it on the trailer. He's just like, fuck yes, I have made history.
Yeah.
And then there was the video that was going around in Battlefield 3 where it's essentially a guy who is essentially calling out over the comms that his shit's on fire and he's like dying. And it's like, it's so intense because the entire thing was essentially, it's just like, is he going to live or is he going to die? And he essentially saves it and he lives. But then, when during the gameplay trailer, you actually hear a bit of it in the beginning. When you're in the, when they show off the helicopters.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's just the fact that essentially it's like they understand that, we know how we framed this and how you guys saw this. And I think the fact that they have that because you're still seeing freaking your teammates driving in a fucking buggy. It's it's great because it's you see that whole thing and you see how stupid shit, the stupid shit that we would do is, being shown in a trailer. And I think that's, wonderful because of the fact it's yeah, we understand that this is what you guys do. We appreciate it. It's funny.
Man, if only other companies understood that or saw fucking dialogue that they had today, dude.
I don't know, man. It was interesting. I think the one thing is that out of everything, I wouldn't be surprised if you're gonna see so many huge game companies go back to essentially their originality. I wouldn't be surprised that the next Fallout becomes back to single player. I wouldn't be surprised if the next, I wouldn't say this Halo, because honestly I feel like Halo is one of those few that can literally do whatever the fuck they want, and it would still work out because they have such a loyal fan base.
Basically.
And I think the only major one that's really going to succeed from evolving is going to be Rainbow Six, because Extraction looks fucking amazing. I love it. I love the look of it. I love the fact that it's like, this is definitely something where it actually feels like, you can do something in it. Hopefully.
Again, Extraction my idea of like how much I enjoy it will depend on how much it costs on top of the fact of how much content. If it's
True.
$60, it better have enough content, and that content better be designed well for $60.
Honestly, though. True.
Like we cannot have this game release and there be like 10 maps and 2 modes. We can't have that.
No. Mm-mm. Honestly, if anything, if it is like $30 or $40, that would still not be enough for that.
I don't know. I feel I need to wait to see how like it's gonna turn out. Just because I'm getting tired of.
Whoa, wait, what? Hold up.
I'm getting tired of getting excited for games just to be burnt out by them.
Did they announce something for The Division?
If they did, then they did it after PC gaming.
Yeah, because I'm seeing...
something happened?
No, I'm seeing something where it says The Division Heartland. I'm not sure if that's a standing title or what. Update on...
Isn't Heartland the... Wait, no, they said Division 2's not going to be there at E3. They said that Division's not going to be at E3. So.
Oh, an update on Tom Clancy's The Division universe. When we launch Division... Oh, gotcha. Okay. So, they're actually going to make Heartland, which is a free-to-play game within the universe.
Yeah, I know about that. I forgot that it was called Heartland, though.
You can also sign up for being a person in it too.
Nice.
Yep. I just did. But anyway, out of all the games, I am most excited for Battlefield 2042, Forza Horizon 5, obviously, Halo Infinite, and I would say those 3 in particular. Like, as much as I want to, as much as Dying Light 2 is definitely going to be something that I'll get, obviously, it's, I still want to get some more information. Because, again, if you haven't played Dying Light, play Dying Light. It is really good. And, yeah, honestly, the following DLC, which is their expansion on it, does work in with the story itself. Because, long story short, you become the reason Dying Light 2 is a thing. And they actually talk about it in the discussion during PC Gamer. But, and it was funny because when I went through it, I'm like, oh shit, we're out, but we're also infected. Oh shit. But honestly, 100% play the game. Really good.
I think I'm interested in a number of things, but the only one I'm truly excited for is Elden Ring, because I know what to expect from Software.
Yeah.
Halo Infinite, I don't know what to expect. To be honest, I've been burned twice in a row by 3 for 3 with Halo 4 and 5 for different reasons. So I don't know what to expect from this company at this point.
I mean, for me, it's just been one. It's 1 for 2.
And then there's Rainbow Six. There's Rainbow Six Extraction, which it looks interesting, looks cool. I just don't have enough details on it.
Yeah.
and I want to be excited, but we're talking about Ubisoft.
Hmm.
And Battlefield, look, I like the Battlefield games. I don't necessarily hate them. I don't necessarily dislike them. I don't know. The idea of 128 players is exciting, and that'll be interesting to see play out.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna wait to see if it actually has enough content uh to be worth $60.
Honestly, though.
As far as Marvel's stuff goes, Guardians of the Galaxy looks interesting. It looks like it could be fun.
I don't trust it.
Why?
Because somehow, and it's not even on the developer's end, it's literally somehow something, either like, even though it's IDOS, and I believe in IDOS's like abilities very well, especially since, with how Deus Ex is, it's just, there's some, like, I feel like there is just something up with anything Marvel licensed that just doesn't go well. I do not know why.
Not necessarily. Marvel versus Capcom has been fairly successful.
That's true, but it's just like,
I just think it depends on the company handling the license. Crystal Dynamics. Here's the thing, right? The single player campaign, as far as I'm aware, for Marvel's Avengers, is fairly decent to good and fun. It's everything else that's bad, because it's a live service game, and Crystal Dynamics has never made a live service game before. And that's probably the problem.
I'll not be surprised by that, honestly.
Yeah. Now, the big difference is IDOS doesn't have to worry about live service because this is going to be a single player game. And it's not live service.
That's true.
So already you don't have to worry about the nonsense that came from Marvel's Avengers.
That is true.
Whether or not it turns out good or not, we'll have to see. For now, it looks fun and interesting.
Yeah.
But at this point, the only thing I can really say for sure is that Elden Ring is really the one I'm excited for because it's the only one I know what to expect for.
Yeah.
Because all these other games that were announced and like talked about, I don't know what to expect. These companies have fucked up so many times, I don't know whether I should trust them at this point.
I think the only one that I know that I can be 100% okay with is Forza Horizon 5.
I mean, there's that, yeah.
Because they're consistent, and every single time.
But as far as that goes, I'm not a racing game.
No, yeah, no, that's like the only caveat to that for you is that you're not into racing. Like for me, that would be, if we're going on the equivalence of it, I would say Horizon 5 would be the equivalent of you with Elden Ring. Because I know what I'm getting myself into. I know what to expect from it, and I will likely still enjoy it, like, because of that.
Here's the thing, right? Like, Outer Worlds 2, I never finished the first one, so I don't know whether I should care or not.
I'm going through that right now.
I don't know what to think about Redfall, because it seems like it could be interesting, but we got no gameplay from that.
I don't know.
Slime Rancher 2, I've never played the first one.
It is adorable and wholesome, and honestly, that's all that really is the value of it. It's great.
Far Cry 6, I don't know if I want to play it, considering I want to punch one of the developers in the face.
Which one?
The developer who said that Far Cry villains are typically random people that could sit across from you and convince you of their beliefs, and I'm like, have you played any Far Cry except for 5?
Yeah, I was gonna say that is definitely not the way to go. Like, like that is awkward. Cause I completely forgot that he said that. Honestly, I completely forgot he did. I thought he was just like, oh yeah, it's like every villain should be someone that's charismatic. It's like
I don't even know what the fuck Contraband is as a game.
I'm assuming that is just a fucking payday
Sea of Thieves, I'm excited for the Pirates update. That's got me excited, I'll admit to that.
Yeah. And
Starfield, I don't know what the fuck it is. All I know it's a space game.
I don't know either. I'm just going off of the assumption that essentially
Back 4 Blood, I'm gonna be real fucking honest.
I don't trust it.
I don't care if it looks good.
I don't trust it either.
The company pissed me off with Evolve.
They fucking shot that game down so hard when they shouldn't have. It was such a good game. Again, one thing that I do want to let you guys know, Evolved.
If you ever look up gameplay of it, you will understand why we're angry at it, because that does not exist anymore. Those servers are dead.
I understand that some people may not care because they never played Evolve, but it's like when you're someone who played Evolve, when you bought Evolve, and like it turned into the free-to-play version, and everything was just basically destroyed by the own company, and they treated it like garbage. They charged you so fucking much. It was ridiculous. I'm sorry, I don't care if people want to be excited for Back 4 Blood. I can't, because I'm worried about this company doing the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, so I forgot that I had a series on my channel 5 years ago of me playing this. Did it have the cringy beginning, I think? I don't know. No, it didn't. Did not.
A Stalker 2? I've never played Stalker 2.
I am very hyped for that. I'm very hyped for that. Because Stalker is... It is a very good game.
Jurassic World Evolution 2? I don't care about it. Evil Dead the game? I don't care about it.
I mean, if that's actually Bruce Campbell, great. I think that's the only good thing going for it.
I think at this point, the games that I'm excited for are the Sea of Thieves Pirates update, the Endwalker expansion later this year.
I like how they describe Forza Horizon 5. What is it? A very pretty game about driving cars real fast. This time, the series is in Mexico. Love the movies, hate the show. The movies were good. But one thing that I definitely will say is that with how these, how everything is, there's not really much to go off of in terms of information, because again,
even though we did get some, gameplay of Battlefield 2042.
I feel like I need to say this. Can we fucking stop announcing games with fucking CGI trailers that tell me nothing about the game?
Honestly.
I am so tired of it. Oh, hey guys, we have this really cool trailer for Contraband, but it's CGI. And I'm like, okay, I mean, that's cool, I guess. Why should I buy your game? Because we've got really cool CGI. Why should I buy your fucking game?
Yeah. That would be a bit, honestly, though, yeah.
I'm so tired of the CG trailers, dude. It's like, I don't hate CG trailers. I hate the fact that games get announced with CG trailers.
I just think the one thing is that they need to not do that.
If you're gonna if you do a CGI trailer, tell me what the story is, please.
Honestly.
Tell me what I should expect. I'm okay with Final Fantasy XIV doing CGI trailers, because the gameplay is not exactly going to change massively. I'm still gonna be doing hotbars and keybinds. That's not going to change crazily.
Yeah.
What is going to change is the story, and they convey that perfectly through the CGI element trailers. But none of these other companies do that.
Yeah, it is a gimmick, you're right. Like, it was good for a little bit, but now it's just shit.
Yeah.
There's just so many things in this world where it's just like, you just want to just do this. Just drink a shit ton of fucking whiskey or whatever to just numb the pain away.
Yep. I'm surprised you didn't mention 76's expansion stuff that they're doing.
As much as I'm fine with that, it's, it's not much of a, something that, it's not as huge as Wastelanders. Wastelanders was a big thing because it was essentially their version of Forsaken, where it actually brought in a lot of new stuff. In this case, it's just a continuation on Broken Steel. No, not Broken Steel. On Dawn of Steel, or Steel. I forget what it's called. Steel Dawn, I think. I'll have to look at my my Let's Play of it, because I know that I did a Let's Play of it last time, but after that I didn't give a shit.
Because I know that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steel Dawn. There it is. Steel Dawn.
Like, that was short. That was, not even, 5.5 hours, 6 hours. It was just meh. But, honestly, over everything, we still have a couple of days. We still have Monday. We still have Tuesday. So, we'll have to see. But,
one thing that I always like to say is that this is not just a podcast, this is also a conversation. So if you ever have any questions or concerns, or you want to know a little bit more of what we think, do actually join us when we do these live. We do talk to our chat. We do actually go through and, talk to you guys and get your inputs in. As well as if you do want to get some more, if you have questions or if you have any wonders, or what are you actually looking forward towards for this, do leave it in the comments down below if you're watching this on YouTube. But if you also want to watch this live, do go to the link in the description of ToxicAWOL_TV at Twitch, as you would be able to interact with us directly. But until then, I think this is our longest episode yet, so cheers for that. I don't think we're going to get anything longer than this. But until then...
Is there a reason why the three main characters in Final Fantasy Origin by Team Ninja look like they're from three completely different games? I'm not crazy. You've seen them, right? Hey, hold on. Look. I sent you a picture. Look at this.
What the fuck, bro? They look so shit.
They look like they're from three completely different games.
It looks like one's from Kingdom Hearts, the other one's from fucking the Force Awakens, the other one looks like he's from fucking Outriders. I love the fact that I was just like, yeah, let's go for an outro, and then all of a sudden, is it just me, or are these three main characters from different games? I just couldn't, that was just perfect. Alright, well, with that, this has been Toxic. He's also been Saf.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys next time. Don't die. Don't die on me. I don't want to be. But until then, take care.